Well, guys, I'm sorry. For some reason, this stuff is not. We don't have intro music to start the show. I'll work on that here for the first break, but we are live now, so
Oh, good.
we'll get going here.
Forget it. You're out of the mix.
All right. Well, I'll head home. Have a good rest of the
I'm
show.
gonna head to the house. It'll be fantastic. Okay, so we're up and running. We're ready to go.
We're up and running. We're live. I just don't know why the sting coming back into the show didn't play correctly. So I'll figure that out because we have to play ads at some point, and that's
Oh God,
that's going to be an issue. So I'll work on that. But you guys start having a great show.
will be really a great show.
Well, let's set the bar at okay for now, and then once
start with adequate, and then we'll work our way up from there.
Indeed, there it is. Okay, so basically, you got a lot of stuff to get to today, but today is Thursday, 1 week from Thanksgiving. Is it still okay to say Thanksgiving, or does it make you sound too grateful and it just upsets people?
Yeah, it should be either like hates-giving or
a
more neutral term was probably politically correct, like just meh giving.
Happy Nothing Day. Yeah, that'd be good. So Thanksgiving's right around the corner. So you guys have big plans. Does anybody travel for Thanksgiving?
We're just going up north
to the Hutchinson area just to
Hutchinson,
go, see my mom, and that's just show up, eat as much food as I can, take a nap, eat some more.
Oh, you take a nap at your mother's house?
Hell yeah,
like
Tom!
that.
You get that stomach full of turkey.
I like it.
And the tryptophan, the trypsin, whatever is in turkey that
L
makes you fall asleep.
tryptophan.
Yeah, there you go.
He goes, yeah, there you go. No, I thought that was your name, L tryptophan.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's my street name.
My street name.
I'm out in these streets slanging that L tryptophan.
Absolutely. So, I understand that does make you eat a lot of turkey. Well, see, the big problem we got is we're not going to do Thanksgiving this year because our children have Dan's family Thanksgiving.
Mm-hmm.
So then Alex would have her family Thanksgiving, and then they would have their own Thanksgiving. I mean, people now have 3-4 Thanksgivings.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Too much.
Yeah, it sucks. That's the one part as a little kid that you don't realize is like how much driving you're doing to multiple families around this time of the year, or it's stuff. Most of the time I want to be like, you know what, can everybody just come to my house so I don't have to go anywhere? And
I think that's what everybody wants, though, isn't it? You come to my house. Well, I know we're going to have our Thanksgiving with the family on Wednesday because, who cares? It's a calendar. Who cares? Right. It's the Thanksgiving time of the year, so we're just going to get together on Wednesday and get that taken care of. Nobody's traveling, so Brittany, you're not traveling?
We're heading up north, so
we can't hear Brittany.
Uh-oh. No Brittany? Oh. What happened to Brittany?
Should we just take
good? Oh, there we go. Am I back?
There you go.
There you go.
I was really weirded out because I was talking about going up north. We're going up north to Bemidji to go see Justin's family.
Well, you are? Okay.
Yeah,
so you're going to have one Thanksgiving.
Yeah, it's about it's 4-hour drive.
Yeah, it's a big drive.
So we'll drive up on Thanksgiving, and then we'll probably have our Thanksgiving on Friday or Saturday. It just doesn't matter.
Oh, your home one. The one you do at your own house.
No, we'll go. So we'll drive up on Thanksgiving, like Thanksgiving morning or during nap. So we won't do anything here on Thanksgiving, but we'll drive up north then that day. And then that we'll have Thanksgiving with Justin's family on either Friday or Saturday.
Oh, I thought I meant when you came back, you'd have your own Thanksgiving at your house too or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's too many. One's enough. That's good.
Yeah.
But that's a problem when you have in-laws, when you got mom's dad and dad's dad and all that. That's tough to mix that stuff up.
It's hard, especially everybody wants the kids there because they make things so fun. So we'll do Thanksgiving with Justin's family, and then we still got to figure out Christmas. We'll probably do with my family, and it's fine.
That's kind of tough though at first when you don't have Christmas with your own families. That's a weird deal.
I know.
After all those years together doing it and all the rest of it, that's a tough road to hoe. But do you guys have any special like foods at Thanksgiving you like?
I'm pretty like I love the stuffing potato gravy combo. That's always so good.
Yeah.
Like even bad stuffing is pretty good.
Yeah. The stuffing, obviously, I love sweet potato pie, apple pie. Yeah, my mom makes this like corn dish that's like baked with cracker crumbs on top. That's amazing. It's just whatever is on the table. I just wish I just lay down and just shovel it in my mouth uncontrollable.
I have a question for you. Why, when you said the word cracker, did you stare at me?
Oh, good point.
I had to stare at one of the only 2 crackers in the room.
Only 2 crackers here, so I had to stare at one of you, and that's all there is to it.
It was a compliment, though. The crackers taste great on top.
Yeah,
of the
that's
corn,
true.
so
That's
yeah.
very true. So if
Yeah.
someone were to eat me, that would taste great. So I'm glad to hear.
Tevin, is your girlfriend going with you?
Yep.
Wow.
She'll come with, and why is
Where's
that
her-
a surprise, Brittany?
No, I said, wow, I would never have gone with my, like, and I know you guys live together and it's whatever, but like, there's something wonderful about dividing and conquering. Where does her family live?
Rochester, and they usually like, and it's just her mom that lives down there. Like her brother's off to college, so they don't really do too much stuff.
Okay.
So
That makes sense.
It all works out in the end. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, like when I went to school with a bunch of nursing students, they were 20, and like it would blow my mind if they were dating somebody and would divide up the holidays, because I'm like, you're gonna have to do that your whole life, like Tom was saying. So if I was dating, I feel like I would go to my own, but I get what Tevin's saying. He's not gonna drive to Rochester.
One of my favorites of all time about being a kid where I grew up was the fist fights in the yard on Thanksgiving with your neighbors. It was wonderful.
Always.
Honestly, God, I think about 3 people on my block every Thanksgiving. They'd be out in their yard slugging it out.
Why aren't you so full? Like, take a nap.
I would think, yeah. And as you know, Tevin already pointed out, you got that L-tryptophan. You should be falling asleep. But it might have been the drinking part. You think?
Yeah, that might get you.
no, physical activity on Thanksgiving, even the backyard football games. Like I don't want to do that. When I was in college, we had like playoff games during Thanksgiving, and so we had to be on campus. But they were served us this huge meal, whatever, like very great. And then after we got done eating, the coaches were like, "All right, guys, everybody go throw the pads on. We're gonna go out and practice."
Oh.
You're tired as hell.
Man, I want to take it. I'm going to fall asleep in these meeting rooms. But yeah, no, don't do football practice.
I used to do the Turkey Day 5K in Minneapolis. They do the turkey trot in St. Paul. I used to do that in the morning, and it was really nice. But the idea of the parking was always super annoying, and getting there and what to wear. And sometimes it was freezing, sometimes it was not. But it was nice to start your day like with a workout, and then know you're going to destroy your body later.
Yep.
Well, it does. That's a good idea because most people, they say, are going to gain about 8 pounds over the next 6 weeks.
Dang.
Thanksgiving and Christmas and all that stuff. New Year's Eve, the drinking and all that. But yeah, they gain about 8 pounds. Like, man. So where was the 5K? Was that around Bade Makaska?
No, they actually they used to. I don't know if they still do.
Yeah,
they shut down downtown. The downtown streets. So eventually you go over, it's like all around downtown. Let me see if they still exist.
Well, I hope that the excessive heat we've been having goes away because we wouldn't want them to have to cancel the turkey trot.
Take it easy.
I saw the forecast. I wouldn't worry about it getting cold. If I were you, I'll tell you that. Woo! Next week's going to be cold. But yeah, yesterday, was it got like 66 yesterday?
Yeah.
My God, was it nice out. We just sitting around in my neighborhood, we always get together and everybody brings their chairs over. You bring your chairs over to their house and you sit in the driveway and just schmooze. And it's wonderful. But I had to leave about halfway through it last night. And Catherine said they stayed out until 6 o'clock. I mean, it's dark as hell at 5 o'clock.
Right.
Yeah.
But they sat out there because they were, I suppose they realized it's going to be the last time of the year they can do it. So they stayed out there as late as they could. But yeah, I have great neighbors. They're very, very nice people.
That's awesome.
I felt really uncomfortable being nice to people. What do you think?
I have a disease where I don't know how to not become very close with my neighbors.
Really?
Yeah, like I love being close. I love like the Goldens are an extension of my family. I love being able to jump over to their house. Like Justin's really good with boundaries, and he's like, okay, you need to quit talking. Because every time we go on a walk, I'm like, hey, Mackenzie, hey, this. Like, I love knowing my neighbors. I think.
Yeah.
And like, Tevin, you live in an apartment. Do you find yourself being like, I'm not talking to anybody?
Yeah, I usually don't talk to anybody. There's a few people that I'll make conversation with, but for the most part, I just keep to myself.
In other words, they don't like you.
I mean, if in the winter, because everybody uses the indoor dog park area,
Yeah.
like I'll talk with people then, or like Mark Rosen lives in my building, so
Oh,
I'll
does
make
he?
conversation with him anytime I see him.
Rosie.
I think there's a couple Timberwolves players that live there.
Yeah. Well, it's a good
But-
location for the Timberwolves.
Yeah, but for the most part, I'll see like Rosen or the Wolves players, and all they do is get bombarded. So I'll give them just like a hey, how's it going, and let them live their life.
That's one thing about doing TV, man. You get bombarded because everybody knows what you look like.
Yeah. Or last year, after the Timberwolves season was over, I can't remember whatever executive it was that lives in my building. I see him on the elevator, and he had his backpack on. Their flight just got in, and I was like, "Oh, like sucks that we lost in the playoffs, but we had a good season overall." And just the pure dejection in his face, he's like, "I wish more people thought like you."
Well, that's sweet. That was very nice of him.
I was like, "Oh man,
Say
that must be
something.
rough."
Oh God, can you imagine that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one part of it, because there was some points when people wanted me to do a TV show or do this, and I thought, look, a lot of people to this day recognize me, even though I haven't gone out in public much in several years. But they're always very nice. But there got to be people that you think when like celebrities that aren't nice, and people kind of, do you think they have a problem with that? I mean, the public,
when celebrities aren't nice, yeah.
I would
Because they
think so.
feel that you should always be on.
Yeah.
And hey, you're entertaining on TV all day now, or radio, or whatever the case may be. And now when I see you, I need you to be that character. I don't care that you're just trying to eat lunch with your family.
That's exactly how it works out. I mean, let's be honest. A guy like Judd Zulgad, he can't even go out in public because everybody, rushes him and wants the autograph. And boy, autographs just went away, didn't they? Nobody gets autographs anymore. Remember
Do kids get them still or no? That's a good question.
I think
I have no idea.
The kids do.
Yeah, when it's like sports and you're signing a ball or a jersey or something like that. But the days of autograph book where you just have them sign the random pages, I think that's dead and gone.
It seems like it. But back when we used to go to Vegas or wherever we went, they would have to set a day aside for a line of people to get autographs. I mean, from dopey ass morning announcers. Who the hell would line up for that? They were very, very pleasant about that whole deal. That's where I met. There was this one family. This guy comes up, goes, "Tommy, I brought my family this year." I said, "That's wonderful." And he goes, "This is my son Billy, and Billy's son Tim." I'm like, "You brought 3 generations to this radio show? That's pretty impressive, man." I was very impressed with that whole deal. Now, run it by me again. We can't do Vegas because of what, legal concerns? Is that the problem?
I have no idea. I thought, was it you or somebody said the insurance for going out there?
Huge. Yeah. So I don't know. It is what it is, but those used to be good times, going up to Vegas or going down to Key West or whatever the deal is. It's a different deal, but I really enjoyed it. I got to be honest with you. Right?
That's pretty cool. Yeah, those are cool. And I think there's some stations that still do that type of thing. But yeah, I've so did you gamble much or no?
No, I'm not a big gambler at all. When I walk in, it's kind of interesting. And it's that weird brain thing that I have. When I walk into a casino, my brain immediately kicks in the odds of winning, and they're almost none.
That's a good thing to have.
What is for me, it does.
Yeah, that's a great thing to have.
These algorithms just don't work. These machines are not set up for you to win. I got to be honest with you. They're set up for you to spend $100, $200, $500 and then get up and go, I thought I had something going. Right?
Well, yeah. But I'm with you. I'm not. I like the sports book because it's got a ton of games on to watch.
Yeah.
But I went through a stage in the mid 90s when I tried to bet on sports, and I realized I sucked at it. Yeah. And I said to myself, this isn't any fun. This isn't fun. It's a good way to get engaged in a game. But like when you're like, well, I've lost all day, so this Golden State Knicks game starts at 9:30 Central. Perhaps I'll put some money and try and make it back on that. You're like, okay, that's pretty stupid.
Yeah, well, who the best gambler is I've ever met in my life? And I'm telling you, he's really good at gambling.
Who's that?
Mike Lindell. Mike is a very mathematical, arithmetic kind of guy. I mean, he can do math in his head like there's no tomorrow. It's almost like he's obsessed with it, if you know what I mean.
I thought you were going to say Gelfand.
Oh, Gelfan's a big. Oh, he didn't win anywhere near as much. Oh, you know how pissed off Gelfan's going to be now that that a far righty's a better gambler than he is. I think that'd be. I think is Gelfand pretty much a horse track kind of guy? He didn't go to casinos, does he? I don't think.
I don't know what. Yeah, I remember he did the Canterbury Report, so you're definitely right about that at one time. But he just strikes me as a guy who had, at least in his younger days, probably bet football, right?
Yeah. I think he dabbles in, because there's been times in my life when we're watching a sport and all of a sudden he gets mad and I'm like, why are you like, who are we rooting for here? And he's like, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
We're rooting for my pocketbook.
Yeah.
So what's happening in the sports world, Pally?
Well, the Timberwolves didn't fight last night, but they got blown out back to back. Phoenix. Let's just say it wasn't a very close game. So that's about it, though. So the Wild, which is playing terrible hockey right now, is spending the entire week in Sweden because they play 2 games in Sweden on Saturday and Sunday. So a team that really needs to play and get out of its funk can't. Sonny Gray, a couple of days ago, declined the option that the Twins picked up on him as far as the potential for him to stay for another year. And then he finished second in the Cy Young voting in the American League to Garrett Cole last night. So he's going to get paid somewhere. I don't think it's going to be here, not surprisingly.
Right.
And then the Vikings play the Broncos on Sunday. That's about it.
What do you think of that Viking Bronco match?
The more I look at it, I really like the Vikings' chances. The Broncos defense is dead last in yards allowed in the entire league. They are dead last against the run, which the Vikings haven't been good at until they got Dobbs, who can actually run. I think the Vikings, if there had been a classic Vikings letdown, I think it would have been against the Saints. And they damn near blew. Yeah. They damn near blew the game. Don't get me wrong, but that would have been the game that the classic. Okay, we beat Atlanta. Let's just keep going, and then bang, they run into a wall. So I actually like their chances, which would get them to 6 consecutive wins, which again would be an amazing story. But Josh Dobbs, I think, will probably win at least another game, and then they play the Bears right now on the following Monday night. And the Bears are awful. So there's a real chance to go into their bye week here on a 7-game win streak.
Do you think that football got so huge? Because baseball was gigantic when I was a kid. It's much bigger than football.
Yes.
Do you think that people, get out to work and all the rest of it, that football, I mean, it's a great sport. Don't get me wrong. I love watching it. But the fact that it's only on once a week, that you can't watch it 3-4 times a week, and baseball 6 times a week. Just it's on once a week. That puts some pretty special focus on it, I would imagine.
I think that's the key thing.
Yeah.
I think there's a few things that throughout the last, 25, 30 years separated football from sports like baseball. One is football was the easiest sport when fantasy sports got big. Football was the easiest sport for anyone who wants to participate. And so you don't have to be, if you participate in what amounts to a fantasy baseball league or basketball league, it takes a lot of attention. Football, to your point, it's once a week. And then the once a week thing, I think, is absolutely huge. And it goes hand in hand with a weekend and drinking.
What? Whoever did that?
I know you're going to be shocked by that, but you look at it, and I think there's a lot of people that look forward to that one game a week where they can sit down with a 24-pack of beer and a football game, and I think that plays a huge role. I feel like at one time, probably a time going back to like the 50s and 60s, baseball was romantic, right? It was romanticized. Yep. And it was in my youth too. I don't think anyone in the younger generation feels that way now. Do you?
No, I would agree with her. I don't know. You should maybe ask around the room, but what do you guys think? The point he just made.
Yeah, the romanticizing of it is, I do feel like, a bit gone. I think that they were onto something pretty accurate when they started shortening the games to make it feel a little less like we're here on tradition kind of thing. So I think that at least they're pivoting when they need to pivot, which I hope that holds on. I mean, I do love going to a baseball game, but it's still an event. And I hope that the younger generation kind of holds on to it because it is a fun sport. So I'm with you, Judd. I think it's less romanticized and more wants to be looked at as a game.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like if you go to a Twins game, unless it was the playoffs, more people are there just kind of taking in going to a stadium and we can play mini golf over in right field and whatever else. So it's less and less about the game and more about the atmosphere that's around it. And I think baseball getting away with the shorter games and kind of getting away from all of those, the unwritten rules of baseball where we have to, hit your guy and now we all benches clear and we all come out and look at each other and go back and kind of getting rid of some of the ridiculousness of it. It's definitely more an event than the game itself, but it's trending in the right way.
Yeah. I'll tell you, in my mid-20s, this actually did happen. I was such a huge Viking fan. I mean, huge. And I love the Twins. I still love the Twins more than the Vikings because I love baseball. I think it's a magnificent sport. But I'm a huge Viking fan too. My friend the dog, Gil Canop was his real name, but he called him the dog because he walked like this. He walked like a bulldog when he walked. It's kind of cool, actually. So the dog and a couple of my brothers and I, that's back when the games used to be blacked out.
Yes.
Are you guys too young to remember blackouts?
What does that mean?
I vaguely remember them. Essentially, it was where if they didn't sell enough tickets to home games, we weren't able to watch them on TV.
Correct.
Really?
That is correct. They would black them out for a 100-mile radius, by the way.
What?
So the dog and two of my brothers get in a car and we head up north. We're going to watch it. We're not going to be blacked out. Forget it. Well, we were schmoozing all the rest of it. All of a sudden, I realized we had driven 200 miles from the house to north of Fergus Falls. That's where we were. Okay.
Oh my God.
So we pull over. There's, I don't know, it was a Holiday Inn or what the hell ever it was. We rent a room so we could watch the game. We get in there. The worst signal I've ever seen. It would come and go about every 2 minutes.
Oh, no.
It was a horrible signal. And the greatest part of so everybody got lit up and my youngest brother drove home because he didn't drink. So he drove home. We're all lit up, all the rest of it. So we drive back. We drive up 200 miles, watch a game through a horrible screen, drive back 200 miles. The best part of the story, it was a preseason game.
Oh my God.
Did you know it was a preseason game and you drove that?
That's how nuts we were about the Vikings back in those days. Drive 400 miles to watch a preseason football.
Who was supposed to be in charge of knowing where to stop? That's all I want to know.
That would have been the dog. No question, Bob.
I don't think I would drive across the street for a preseason game.
That's so wild, Tom. So, like, the theory is everyone gets grounded if they don't sell enough tickets.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That is such a weird...
Well... And back in the day, a long time ago, they did not show home games, so it didn't matter if they sold out or not. There was a time where because the old theory in sports was if we show home games, people aren't going to go, and this was true in baseball. The Blackhawks did not show their home games until their longtime owner Bill Wirtz died in like the early 2000s.
Really?
Because Bill Wirtz was an old school guy that was convinced it was going to cut into the gate. And so he wouldn't sell. And that's why Calvin, the Twins had 2 or 3 home games a year on TV at one point at the Met.
All right. Yep.
So when they blacked out the Vikings games, for example, what would they play in place of it? Was it a different, would they show the Packers game or a different football game, or was it just like infomercials?
It was usually the Packers. Yeah.
Oh, okay. God, that would be terrible.
Like, what a wild concept. And that's where you go, like thinking of things as events and a reason to show up is such a different experience than watching it. I mean, they're not interchangeable, but if your head's stuck, it's just such a wild thought that like people in Minneapolis couldn't watch a Vikings game.
Yeah.
I know. It was weird.
And because didn't like Cub Foods or Target or whoever CEO corporation would buy 10,000 tickets to the game the day before, so that way
General Mills.
Yeah,
General Mills every freaking time when I was a kid had to step up
That's funny.
and buy out the tickets.
To this day, a great company. Steve, the chairman over at General Mills, was a huge KQ morning show fan. So I would hear from him and go see it. That's why there's a. I think Brittany's the only one to see it. They actually put my picture on a Wheaties box. How cool is that?
And
They did?
He pulls it out whenever you're at his house and acts like he's eating cereal out of it.
Yeah,
he goes,
that's exactly what I do.
I mean, that's what I would do.
I would do that. I'd make a shirt out of it.
If my picture was on a Wheaties box, that Wheaties box would come with me everywhere I went.
I don't look that great in the picture. I will tell you that.
It doesn't matter. You look great. You look great because you're
on a Wheaties box. Who cares how you look?
Know.
You're on a freaking Wheaties box.
It would be funny though if like my picture on a Wheatie box is like the many times I fall asleep in random places. Like that's just.
You mean like during the show?
Yeah.
Huh?
What?
Huh?
All right, Judd. We got one more, two more next week before Thanksgiving.
Yes, we do.
Wednesday. Looking forward to that. But any big travel plans for Thanksgiving or anything like that?
Not really. No. And by the way, just quickly on the neighbors, I'm team Kevin here. I leave them alone.
Shock.
Don't really talk to them. Not that they're bad people. I just got enough going on.
Judd, I would never assume that you're sitting out there at the fence line trying to talk and yuck it up. You are the crotchety, I think, person on this show, and that says a lot.
I just want to go to my car.
What?
Hey, you get the knife out of my back.
Judd has strong boundaries. And I don't think it's a bad thing. You're just a very here
I
are
didn't
my
take
boundaries.
it personally.
No,
I didn't take it personally. I'm just saying I want to go to my car, get in my car, and drive away. Not have to have a conversation with some random person across the street who I happen to live by every time I want to leave the house.
Judd would hate me if I was the cubicle next to him. I'd be like, "How's the wife? How's
no?"
the
I
dog?"
wouldn't. No. There's ways to work around people like you. One is no eye contact.
Yep.
You think that would stop me? You think that would?
The other is to put something up higher than the actual wall of the cubicle, so that you can't easily lean over my cubicle.
You think that would stop me? Me.
Then I might ask for a transfer.
No, he's out of the mix. That's all there is to it. See, I'm the exact opposite. Is it because I can't shut up? Is that why I like talking to people?
Probably.
I just love it.
Are you always in the mood to talk to people, though, Tom? You strike me as the type of guy who would have days where you want to talk and days where you wouldn't, which is probably how I am.
That's probably true. There are days that I'm like, I just kind of stay to myself and kind of go through. Well, I got a tough day coming tomorrow. To go see my brother after not seeing him for 20 years is going to be a bitch. It's going to be great at from one hand, but on the other, it is starting to weigh on me already. I mean, I'm looking forward to doing it. There's no doubt. But to finally see my brother after 20 years and he's in a wheelchair with a hose up his nose and all that, this guy was a tough United States Marine. That's how I remember him. Mm-hmm. Well, he's 81 now, so it's not like that anymore, I guess. But I'm looking forward to it. But at the same time, it's going to be very emotional, very stressful. Just is.
That would be tough. Absolutely.
All right, Pally, we'll talk to you next week. Then I'll come and see you when you're 81.
Oh, I wouldn't be concerned about that. I don't like my odds.
Oh, I thought you meant you didn't like my odds.
No. I'm speaking personally. No, I'm not throwing stones from this chair. I just don't like my own odds.
I can't wait to give your eulogy, Judd, and say, every day at work, him and I just talked and talked.
No, I will come back and haunt you.
Oh, God.
All right. I'll see you all on Tuesday.
Sounds great, sir. Thank you. Have a great weekend.
All right. Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, Judd Zolgad, Score North, Purple Daily, the whole shooting match. We'll take a break. Be right back. Chris Egert, the lovely and talented Chris Egert, will come up right after this. Tom here. I just read a success story from MN Fat Loss client Elizabeth, who just completed the program. Elizabeth writes, I'm a 54-year-old woman who has struggled with losing weight. I had almost constant heartburn, trouble sleeping, brain fog. I tried counting calories. eating bars and shakes, several other programs in which I would lose 5 to 10 pounds after months of struggling, only to gain it right back. After 60 days of the MN Fat Loss program, I was down 25 pounds. MN Fat Loss had really empowered me to believe that I can control my eating and my weight without having to sacrifice foods that I like. Let me assure you that the short 60 days is indeed totally worth it. If you're thinking about finally committing to improving your health, this would be the time to start. You won't regret your investment in yourself. And that's what this is, by the way. You're investing in yourself. That's a good thing. Great job, Elizabeth. I'm so happy to hear about your success story. Are you ready to lose weight and feel better? Go to mnfatloss.com and schedule a free phone consultation. It's so easy to see if MN Fat Loss is a good fit for you. They offer a free phone consultation to learn about the program. You don't have to take time off of work to get a babysitter or any of that stuff for the kids. It's as easy as getting on a quick call with the expert staff, which is a brilliant move, by the way. That's how people operate now. You get on the phone. You can share your goals, learn about the program, and see if it's a good fit to help you lose weight and feel better. They also have virtual options to help you if you live far away. And as I mentioned, I'm taking off the holiday season. Then after the first year, I'm going to hop back on the program because I'd like to lose probably about another 15, 20 pounds, something like that. So I'll be talking about that after the first of the year. To schedule that free phone consultation, go to mnfatloss.com. The only thing you have to lose is that unwanted weight. That's www.mnfatloss.com. I cannot wait to hear about your success story.
Recently, Jim Paul of Valley Buick GMC was contacted by a company that does on-site sales. Jim was confused.
Wait, they don't know anything about us, our staff, our reputation, most importantly, our customers.
Hey, pal, no problem. We do them all over the country. You know, get the manager off the roof sale, inflatable gorilla sale, and our favorite, the 13-hour sale with a giant clock that goes to 13. Urgency, baby. We bring our crew because, well, your people are, let's just say, a little laid back.
And the pricing?
Nothing special, sport.
But Jim thought, we price competitively every day. Our prices are special. We definitely don't need these guys. But sale does convey some urgency, so we made a bold decision for his fine dealerships.
Announcing the Valley Buick GMC 365-day sale. And we can even extend it a couple years or so.
I got the air dancer guy, scratch-offs, plastic keys, bubble machine, box.
Valley Buick GMC in Apple Valley or Hastings or valleycardealers.com. Hurry.
I'm so happy to welcome back our longtime friend, Sabre Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, to the show. I've known Steve, the owner, for many years, and I completely trust Sabre to keep my house comfortable. Why? Sabre does everything the right way, and they always put the customer first. I love the team at Sabre because their service experts are experienced NATE certified technicians, not salespeople. Their pricing is completely upfront, and they fix only what needs to be fixed, nothing more. Sabre is dedicated to giving customers what they need when they need it at the fair price, keeping your family safe and comfortable without breaking the bank. Give Sabre Heating and Air Conditioning a try. I know they'll take care of you just like they've taken care of you and your family. Whether you need a new Bryant furnace or air conditioner replaced, or just simply need a service call to get you going again, go to saberheating.com. That's SABRE heating.com. Sabre and Bryant, whatever it takes. You all have helped me support MyPillow and their employees in these tough economic times. Mike Lindell knows this and continues to give back to listeners with deals on his most popular products. You heard me recently speak about the My Slippers, the Giza Sheets, MyPillow 2.0, and more. Well, great news. The MyPillow 6-pack bath towel sets are back in stock, and the proprietary technology makes them extremely absorbent, yet still provides that soft feel you look for in a towel. The set comes with 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. Regular price is $79.98. For a limited time, you can get the 6-pack towel set for only $39.99 with promo code TOM. That's a 50% savings. So go to MyPillow.com, use promo code TOM to save 50% on the MyPillow 6-pack towel sets. That is just $39.99 for a set. This deal will not last long. Enter promo code TOM for the special, and of course, many more. Ladies and gentlemen, the news brought to you by Mr. Money Talk, Josh Arnold. Call Josh for your free 48-minute financial evaluation. I'm glad we're back up because we apparently were down for about 5 minutes or something like that, but it was not a problem based here. It was the whole shooting match, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was something that I wasn't able to solve in-house here. I had to get on the phone with lovely engineer extraordinaire Mike Weber. He solved the problem. He was putting out about 7 fires at once, it sounds like, but we were all set to go. I gotta say, the listener fan base for this show is amazing because there was no lack of Most supportive, some like kind of ribbing, like, hey, you break something, AJ? What the hell's going on?
Well, that's because you always do.
Exactly. So I appreciate everybody letting us know, making aware so we can fix it, and now we should be good. But don't hesitate to ever let us know again, especially me, because frankly, it's more than likely my fault. So
everything is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Doesn't matter what we're talking. That's AJ's fault.
I'm just glad we were able to fix it in time for Chris Egert to do his fabulous news report, because I know he's got so much to talk about.
Yeah, well, he's the best.
I should mention, by the way, that the whole Judd report is going to be posted, correct?
Yes. Yeah. Everything was recording. Like I said, here it was showing that we were like up and live, so we were recording our audio. It was just the stream was not like accessing to the internet and pushing everything through. So we should be all set.
Why did that happen during Egert's deal? Because nobody Oh, wait a minute. Chris is with us.
Wait, what?
What's up, Pally?
Nothing. What's up with you guys?
Just trying to. Well, I gotta open with the question again. 1 week from today is Thanksgiving. Any special plans to travel, spend time with the family? What are you going to do for Thanksgiving?
We have been doing. We've been going hunting in western North Dakota the weekend after Thanksgiving. So like get up at 3 a.m. on that Friday.
Ooh.
And yeah, I know, Tevin. And then drive like 8 hours, and then maybe get a half day of hunting in, and then do it for a couple days, and then come back. How about you?
I'm still deeply offended because when I was a kid, I had some friends. They were bow hunters and rifle hunters.
Yeah.
Okay. And at some point I said, why don't you guys ever invite me on your hunting trips? And they said, yeah, we're going to give you a gun in the woods. No. And that was their real argument. They said, no way we're giving you a gun and we're in the woods. Not a chance.
Well, I mean, safety first.
Watch your own back. Is that what you're saying? Well,
right.
Safety first.
Safety first, Tom. Safety first.
But yeah, a lot of people, my brother-in-law, Terry, is a big hunter, fisher, the whole deal, man. He loves traveling to hunt and fish.
To me, 8 hours is a lot.
It's a lot.
But the pheasant hunting is unbelievable. Like you always get your limit. Like it's a great group of people, so it's cool.
Indeed. So that's the big plan. You're going to be getting up, but this is the day after Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Well, that'll be fun.
Let me ask you guys this: where are you at on turkey for Thanksgiving?
Love it.
Pro.
Yes, all of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's part of the tradition. I feel like. What do you have an alternative that you're suggesting here?
No, but I feel like turkey is it can be kind of bland, and it is what it is, and you look forward to that every year. But and we've tried deep fat frying, and we've tried all these different things. Popeyes supposedly has this like Cajun turkey.
Mm-hmm.
And it keeps popping up on my feed because I probably clicked on it once.
Maybe.
And I'm like, oh my God, that looks amazing. But every time I go on there to try to order it, like it says they don't have it, so I don't know what's happening, but it just sounds really good. And I'm like wondering how you guys do your turkey and whatnot, I guess.
No, Catherine does that. She doesn't let me near the kitchen, which I understand. You don't want me cooking.
No, you don't cook anything, Tom?
I toast. You cook toast? That's not really cooking, I suppose.
You toast it.
Yeah, you toast bread.
I can.
Hey, Charlie Brown had that for Thanksgiving one year, so it must be.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
It's not that bad. Honestly, bread and butter, I would eat that for every meal.
Catherine is a phenomenal cook, too. That's the other thing. She's really, really good at it. So, I just mentioned like 3 or 4 things I'm really bad at. I must be in a hell of a good mood. Here's another thing I suck at. But, you turn it over to the experts, don't you?
You're exactly right. The sign of intelligence is admitting when you don't know something or can't do something. It's a very high level of intelligence.
All right. How much cash do you need?
Most people won't admit it.
No, they won't. That's true.
They're too filled with pride and they don't want to sound ignorant. But all you can do there in that case is say something stupid and sound even more ignorant than you planned on. So
I will tell you what, I have several friends because I met them in clubs through the years. They're very, very highly intelligent people, right? They're having a real hard time right now with all this hatred in the world because it affects them at a much higher level because of the cognizance. I mean, they look at all levels of this hatred, whereas most people just look at the one flat, it's because of this or that. Well, they look at the like several levels, and it really wears them out. It really does, unfortunately.
I mean, I can definitely see that. I mean, I do know it's not. I'm not I don't know how the doomsday clock works, but I would guess maybe it got dialed back a little bit yesterday because President Biden and China's President Xi Jinping met, and they actually resolved a couple things and maybe turned the temperature down on that situation a little bit, which was, I think normally would have been higher played in the news had everything not been going on in the Middle East. But that actually is a good thing. And the United States and China's militaries will talk again now. So something bad doesn't happen, over there in the China Sea and off Japan and Taiwan. And so that was a pretty big thing that happened yesterday.
That's a good thing. I mean, I have a little problem with, guys, a standing ovation for a man who's murdered, about 50 million people.
I mean, don't get me wrong. It's not, the guy's not without issues, right? But to at least have them talking, I think talking is better no matter what. That's
true.
Let's talk it out before we get in a fight.
That was actually Chairman Mao that killed 50 million people too. I just made it up that it was.
I don't know if Xi Jinping has killed 50 million people. But
well, Mao did a great job wiping them out. I'll tell you that.
I do know they're going to send tigers over to the United States, or they're going to send pandas to the United States, and everybody's very excited about that. Well, and I'm not. I'm like, okay, like I'm just glad maybe we can live another couple years without World War III, at least starting with China. And y'all are worried about the pandas? Well, okay, good.
Where were they again? Was that San Francisco?
Well, yes, they were in San Francisco.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah. So where are they going to send them this time?
Send the pandas?
Yeah. Does anybody know?
Are they doing like a radio tour?
I think they're going to be touring.
We're doing a tour around the country. Yeah.
Yeah. It says San Diego, actually.
Yeah, that makes sense. So, although I would have put them on the East Coast because, they already had them on the West Coast for the last 50 years, right? They were there, I think, 50 years.
I think maybe a train tour of America.
I love it.
With the pandas sitting off the back in the caboose.
Waving.
I'd run out there. I'd go to the Amtrak station. I'd be the first one in line.
They could do a light rail tour and go through Eden Prairie. Yeah.
Yeah. Brittany, you can wait around for that.
Well, you guys. Can't get even the pandas are going, when the hell are they gonna open this track? Let's go.
I'm just trying to survive out here. I got snot coming out of everywhere, and you guys mentioned this, and it just immediately takes my body and goes, gravity sets in.
I don't know. I don't want to know about the fluids coming out of you right now.
Exactly.
That was a little more detail than maybe we need to know.
Here's the thing. I think if I get into more detail, then you'll get less grossed out.
Why don't we get you a sponsor? Bringing you Brittany's Boogers is we have it sponsored.
Is every orifice.
Oh yeah.
Every orifice.
Why not?
Oh God. Okay. See what I have to put up for 3 hours a day, Chris. You see what I'm saying?
It's entertaining. You got to admit that.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much for your support on that one. All right. Any other big headlines we should know about?
One I wanted to bring up. Did Judd talk about what the fines were? They figured out what the fines were going to be for the Timberwolves and Draymond Green. He got a 5-game suspension, which I think that's kind of what a lot of people were thinking. Klay Thompson, Jaden McDaniels, Rudy Gobert were all fined $25,000 for their role in the fight that happened Tuesday night.
So, you have to work an hour to make that money.
I know. Like $25,000 to them would be like a nickel for us, right? Like,
yeah, whatever. Who's the guy? The guy had the other guy in the headlock?
That's Draymond Green.
Oh, that's Draymond. And so he got suspended.
Yeah, and he's a very well-known league tough guy, and that's kind of his. Right. That's his deal. I mean, I don't know. You think of him as like he would have been great on the Detroit Pistons of back in the day with the Bill Laimbeer and just like a. But every good basketball team has a dude like that on the team.
Yeah,
somebody who can just come in and be a badass.
Well, that's why we have Brittany, because if anybody needs to be beat up, that's
when I look at this team, I automatically call on Brittany.
Yeah, I also don't mind getting fined $25,000. That's nothing to me. So
I understand that.
Because you live in Eden Prairie.
yeah, well, look at these dresses, these many nice clothes I have.
Look at that door.
You got a better chance of seeing a panda walk down the tracks of that stupid light rail than you do actually seeing a train roll down.
Christopher.
That's true.
You know what? I'm going to start putting more time and energy. My class is over. I'm going to put time and energy into getting that light rail by 2026.
Good luck. You know, I live on the other side. She lives on the south side of it, and I kind of live on the north side of it.
Yep.
And to this day, every time I drive by, I go, nothing. They haven't even moved that little trolley that's on there or whatever that thing is. Nothing moves.
It's so beautiful. I was there last night, and I was looking at the lights. They have all different colored lights that like change their LED. It's pristine.
Maybe they can do like the Minnesota Zoo did and what they did with the old monorail track. They just turned it into a walking path.
Yeah,
maybe that's a great idea for the light rail next.
Look at the time, Chris. Looks like you got to wrap it up, bro.
Then you could walk directly from Brittany's and Eden Prairie all the way to the game in downtown Minneapolis. It'd be perfect.
Because unless John Henry's making a comeback, that light rail is not getting finished anytime soon. John Henry.
What a name drop.
Yeah, exactly.
Of all the
that took me a sec, Tevin. Nice, good one.
All the references on the show today, I did not expect a John Henry reference.
Well, how about a Patrick Henry reference? He ain't doing so well right now.
No, he's not. Not. Yeah, I was going to bring that up yesterday, but
the Henrys are having a rough go.
Patrick Henry High School in North Minneapolis is going to become Camden High School in North Minneapolis because Patrick Henry, I don't know that he owned slaves, but I think he traded them. I think that's how it went. I'm not really sure. He
had some involvement in the.
Some involvement. That's a good way to put it. He had some involvement in slavery, so they're taking his name down, which they should.
Yeah.
No question.
My high school got changed, and it was so funny to see my Facebook that week. People who like barely graduated that high school for all of a sudden really cared about the name.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
How dare they?
Instant outrage.
Oh, what about my letter jacket? Can I not wear that now that I'm 35?
What was that, like Henry Sibley or something? Was that it?
Yeah, it was Henry Sibley.
It was Henry Sibley, yeah.
2 Rivers or 3 Rivers, I always forget. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I just honestly forget.
What does he do?
Henry Sibley, I don't know what he did. I went to that school. I didn't learn history.
No. Oh, that's nice. They never told you what he did, why he should be going to a school.
Sibley wasn't he a former because there's the Sibley House in downtown or right there off West 7th in St. Paul too.
Yep.
And we did a thing about this. I should know this. He did some questionable things. I'll just I get why they changed the name.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I don't care. There's no thing I have to change. I don't have my high school diploma framed or anything. There's no redactions I have to make.
No, Henry Sibley, it looks like he had something to do with his role in the Dakota War of 1862 and the largest mass execution in the nation's history.
Oh, he had the Dakota.
So he probably massacred a bunch of Native Americans is what it.
Not the one you want.
Well, you probably shouldn't have a school named after them, I guess.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah. There you go. Probably true. I just went with the old North.
Nice.
Pretty tough to remove the name North. Although they reported yesterday in Star Tribune, North Minneapolis High School gets name changed. That's how it was reported. And I went, and they didn't even.
Oh, that's confusing, isn't it? Yeah.
It was very confusing because my high school was North High School. So it's like, why would they change the name of, we don't like North. And they already have a South, so we can't have that either. Was there an East or a West High School? I don't know. I don't know if there was or not.
West Tonka.
West Tonka. That's true. Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's a little.
You guys, I'm sorry.
It's a tad bit further west than Minneapolis.
I'm just saying, I'm sorry. If I had to think of a school at the West and that was the first one, if we were playing categories, I would get the point. Okay?
There's a West LA high school as well.
Yeah.
Chris is putting his earpiece in. He's got to go.
All right. On that note.
All right, Chrissy. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Bye, guys. Have a good day.
Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Egert. News brought to you by Mr. Money Talk, Josh Arnold. Call Josh for your free 48-minute financial evaluation. Chris Egert doing a brilliant report, I think.
I think he could step it up.
He could step it up, be better.
Yeah.
I understand your viewpoint. There's no question about it. Get off your ass, Chris.
Yeah, Chris. Like, tell us an actual story sometimes.
It's all... Oh, that's negative.
Amazing how tough she gets once his camera disconnects.
I would love to say this to his face.
Oh my God.
He just came at me like 5 times.
Jesus. All right, we got to take a break just to get away from Brittany. That's why we're taking a break. What do you think?
I understand.
I'm so happy to welcome back our longtime friend, Sabre Plumbing, Heating and Air Conditioning, to the show. I've known Steve, the owner, for many years. I completely trust Sabre to keep my house comfortable. That is a fact. Why? Sabre does everything the right way. That's why. And they always put the customer first. That's another big thing. I love the team at Sabre because their service experts are experienced NATE certified technicians. They're not salespeople. Their pricing is completely upfront, and they fix only what needs to be fixed, nothing more. Sabre is dedicated to giving customers what they need when they need it and at the fair price. Keeping your family safe and comfortable without breaking the bank. Give Sabre Heating and Air Conditioning a try. I know they'll take care of you just like they've taken care of me and my family. Whether you need a new Bryant furnace or air conditioner replaced or just simply need a service call to get you going again, go to saberheating.com. That's SABRE heating.com. Sabre and Bryant, whatever it takes.
Hello, I'm Brad Huckle, President and Chief Lending Officer at North American Banking Company.
And I'm Michael Bilski, CEO at North American Banking Company.
As a locally owned and operated community bank, we work with many multi-generational businesses.
Take personal care dentistry of Roseville, for example. Dr. Walter Hunt, also known as Painless to me, has been a longtime customer of the bank since we opened the bank in 1998.
When his son Kyle was ready to join the practice, they wanted to expand quickly.
With their additional space and equipment, they now are able to see more patients each day while providing the same level of care and service.
Okay, guys, I'll take it from here. If you run a family business or any kind of business for that matter, you should be banking with Brad and Mike over at North American Banking Company. Every time I deal with them or their team, I know I'm working with experienced professional bankers. So why not bank with my banker? North American Banking Company, a better banking experience, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
In a world that's racing a mile a minute, a split-second distraction can change everything. I'm Mike Bryant from Bradshaw & Bryant. Every day we see too many people, heads buried in their phones, unaware of the dangers they're in. Texting and driving isn't just reckless, it's playing Russian roulette with your life and the lives of others. In just 4 seconds of distraction, you've driven the length of a football field. Is there any text message that's worth your life, that's worth the lives of others? I've been fighting for the rights of the injured for over 30 years. But I'd rather you never meet me in a courtroom. So hear me now. Stop texting and driving. Pay attention. Value your lives and the lives around you. And if you won't, know this. At Bradshaw & Bryant, we're relentless. We won't back down. We bring justice to those that need it.
Find Bradshaw & Bryant, personal injury attorneys at minnesotapersonalinjury.com.
With Mike Bryant on your side, seeking justice for the injured. Bradshaw & Bryant.
The new Tom Barnard Show is proud to have partners like Bradshaw & Bryant, MyPillow, and North American Banking Company founder, chairman, and president, Mike Bilski.
I've advertised on Tom's show for years, and the reason is simple. My business is recognized because of the ads, and that recognition has created growth. What business doesn't want to grow? I highly recommend the Tom Barnard Morning Show for your advertising.
Grow results for your business by partnering with the Tom Barnard Show. Visit TomBarnardShow.com, keyword partner.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen. Hell of a report by Chris Egert, I thought.
I agree.
Yeah. Well, you do agree. Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that. This is nice news. You guys brought this up already to me this morning, but I am a huge Red Savoy fan, always have been, even when I think there was only one over there in St. Paul at the very beginning. I think that was the only one that was around many, many years ago. But now Red Savoy is expanding into Iowa, which is, you know what? It's one of those situations, too, that I've known the people over at Red Savoy for so long that when I call in, they look at my phone and I go, hey, Tommy, how you doing?
That's awesome.
Isn't that nice?
That's so nice. That's
very, very sweet.
That's pretty cool that they're expanding. I also feel like that's got to be nerve-wracking.
Why? Because,
I was talking to the the owner over at Sabre. Oh my God, I just forgot his name. Tatiana's husband.
You mean Steve?
Steve. I think they'll get a kick that I could remember. Steve. Oh my God, I can't believe I forgot his name for half a second.
Well, it's your brain.
So I was talking to Steve, and he was saying he was expanding his business and how hard it is because you can't be there all the time, and how you want the same quality, and how you have to do it so slowly to make sure you have the right people in place and all the right things, because you don't want your name associated with anything but like high quality. And I was like, God, that's got to be daunting.
Oh, it's a hell of a task. I don't think there's any question, but Steve does a great job. He's a hell of a guy.
Oh yeah, he's the best, and his technicians are the best.
They are. And look, we don't make that stuff up. If it sucked, we go, I wouldn't use that, or blah, blah, blah. You know, today I'm going to have, after the show, I'm going to have lunch with Doug Sprinthal.
Oh.
Because wherever Doug, I almost called him Drug. That wouldn't be good.
I couldn't remember Steve's name, the hardest name in the English book.
Yeah, that's Steve. God, it's something hard like Tim. Yeah, good. I forgot what the hell I was going to say.
You were saying you're going to go with Doug, and you want to go follow him wherever he goes.
Yeah, wherever he goes. Doug and I loved working together, car selling secrets and all that stuff. So wherever he goes, we're going to try to work together again. I'm hoping it does happen, because I think the world of Doug. He's like all these. I'm not going to tell you the Steves of the world and the Bilskis of the world and all these, Michael Bryant, that they're not great people if they're not. I just don't do that.
Listen, like there's some weird things that I get kind of odd about, and having people in my home willy-nilly is not something I do just whatever. And the technicians there, it's the same one that just kept coming out for me. And both times I forgot he was coming and I was on a walk, and I was able to give them my garage code and feel safe about it. Like,
that's good.
And he was great with the dogs, and he was lovely. I mean, it was just like, knowing that it's his, I just love Sabre. I have no reason to sit here and talk about it, but yeah, he's the best.
No, I think it's great if you could just remember his name, Steve. I know it's a hard name to remember.
Steve. I remember it as Tatiana, and I couldn't remember Steve.
Tatiana, but not Steve.
In my defense, I'm on a lot of cold meds.
What do you take it? NyQuil?
I don't. It's like this. Oh, it's awesome. This like Mucinex-y combination thing. It's got everything in it. Let's just hope I'm not pregnant, because the baby will come out with a tail, because he definitely should.
Nice.
That'd be pretty sweet, though, to be honest.
Have a tail?
Not to have one, but like have a kid that had like this sounds bad, but think about how much money you could make off that.
Oh, that's nice.
Well, I mean, just saying, like,
I don't know if tails are that uncommon though. Like enough.
Hey, honey, it's AJ. I'm on the internet selling our children. What do you think?
You say you don't think tails are that uncommon enough?
Yeah, like enough that like people would pay to see your kid.
Is there a community of people with tails walking around that I'm unaware of?
Sorry, I should specify. In my head, I'm thinking like a full-on like flowing like animal thing.
Yeah.
There are certain people that it's like a very abnormal like birth thing where they have like a very small like it
like a little nub like
exactly. It's not a full-on tail, but it's like
I was under the impression like AJ, you're talking about the full length like a 6-foot tail that you're waving around.
Wouldn't that be the devil?
Yeah,
sure.
I'll tell you what, getting those onesies custom made is going to be a pretty penny for you.
I would imagine.
Just cut a hole.
You put a bunch of sew together a bunch of tube socks to cover it up. Yeah,
because it's like the tail would get cold. You can't just leave it out.
Yeah.
Twin Cities pizza chain Red Savoy has opened its first location in Iowa. The company, what are you laughing at?
What a segue.
Just no response.
Well, honestly, God, they just get on these rolls with you. Just don't shut up. And I have to sit here and listen to it. Like, would you be quiet? We already covered all that.
We covered tails.
We tail etiquette.
We talked about tails for like 5 minutes. Oh, is there more to talk about? Okay, talk about more tail.
No, I think it's funny. I think you're right to move on. Like I liked the transition. I thought it was hilarious.
Well, it's like
the delivery was perfect. Just the pause and all right, Red Savoy.
Well, what are you gonna do?
I loved it. I was sitting here going, love.
There was no segue there. I had to put the brakes on and then open the show again.
I thought it was great.
Yeah. Oh, why don't you back off there, sister? What do you think of that?
Heaven's the one giggling audibly. I was like,
I know. You two, we're gonna have to keep you two separate because you get in these conversations like, oh my God.
I hate Tevin. I have no problem with that.
No more conversations with Brittany.
Really shows you both can't stand one another. No question about it. All right. All I'm going to say now is that Red Savoy is moving to Iowa. So there you go. Oh, it's interesting. Company opened in downtown Sioux City on Wednesday. I thought they would go to, what the hell?
Des Moines?
Des Moines, probably.
I feel like that's the hotbed in Iowa, isn't it?
I would think so. Yeah, there used to be some. What was it? Freddy's? Was that there was a great Italian restaurant in Des Moines. I can't remember the name. Fatino's. It was called Fatino's.
Oh,
yeah, there you go. I don't know if it's still open or not, but it was really good. Mo definitely. Well, let me just run through as I mentioned. The Twin Cities Pizza Chain Red Savoy has opened its first location in Iowa. The company opened in downtown Sioux City on Wednesday, making it along just the second Red Savoy outside of Minnesota. The other bid. Oh yeah, they got one in Fargo. I forgot about that. The pizza chain was founded in St. Paul in 1965 and now has 19 locations in Minnesota, with a new location in Rochester set to become the 20th. So that they describe themselves as soda-style pizza. Would you agree?
Yeah.
I love their pizza. You guys like their pizza?
I can't remember the last time I had it. I don't think I might not have ever. Actually, no. They used to order it at one of my jobs. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's good.
So what do you like?
I mean, if you're going to get like a pizza like Red Savoys, I guess they're all pretty much the same.
Oh,
like
you do think that's true?
Yeah, for the most part, pizza.
What is like soda style then? Because I know like Californian style, I know like Detroit style, Chicago style. What is Minnesota style pizza?
Let me see if they describe it. Describe themselves as Minnesota style or soda style pizza, which features a thin crust, family recipe sausage, passive aggressive sauce. Passive aggressive is very good. That would be Minnesota style. Mounds of cheese and toppings cooked to crisp perfection and cut into squares. That's the one part I do not like squares of pizza. I like slices of pizza.
Why?
I don't know. I just like holding that in my hand.
Yeah.
Because when it's sliced into squares, you got to pick it up and you get the, because you can pick up the crust when it's the little triangles.
I agree. I think square pizza is like you have to eat with a fork, and that doesn't feel right to me.
Yep.
No, I would say I'd prefer triangle slices over squares if I'm cutting it myself. But if it's a square piece, like it feels like a little to go, little fun sized pieces of pizza. You just keep popping them all day, and before you know it, you've eaten half of it, and it doesn't feel like it.
That's what I like. I like that I can for triangle ones, I sometimes can't handle very many, but squares, for some reason, it defies all logic where I'm like, I can have one more square. I can have one more square.
It's like the old Yogi Berra quote. I don't think I can have 8 slices of pizza today. So just cut it into 6.
Yep. Same size, but only 6 slices. That actually did happen too, by the way.
Oh yeah.
I think Yogi maybe wasn't the brightest bulb.
No, but his quotes are just legendary.
Oh God, yes. There's no question about it. Yeah, don't go there because there was. What did he say? He was going to go to some bar or a restaurant with a friend. Yeah, nobody goes there anymore because it's too crowded. Well, it can't be both. If nobody's going, there's no one there. It can't be both. Yeah, nobody goes there anymore because it's too crowded. It's not the best.
That's so good.
I never got a chance to talk to him. I bet he was a great guy. You think?
He seems like he was like a great person. Like he would thrive in today's baseball culture because he's got that personality.
Yeah.
I don't think he would like shy away from an interview. He's obviously would be super talented, but yeah, like he's one of those guys where it's a shame that he played back then only because we don't get to enjoy, like, he'd be great for social media, but the legend of Yogi Berra, I think, makes it good.
Yeah.
Like he's like one of the mainstay guys in like that baseball Mount Rushmore.
No question about it. I'd have to agree 100%. And for younger people might not even know who Yogi Berra is. He was a star with the New York Yankees back in the 50s and 60s. I think he was with them as a coach in the 70s, wasn't he? I think.
That sounds right.
I think that's right. But yeah, I always enjoyed his interviews because he would say some stuff was like, did he actually say that? That's cool.
Yeah.
All right. I haven't clicked on this story yet. I talked about the headline earlier. Radio host involved in Ponzi scheme. What are the chances you think that we know who this is?
What are the odds that they're sitting in this room?
I know who it is. I would say that AJ and Brittany probably know who it is.
Yeah, probably.
For sure have heard of his show. I would say you probably don't.
Don't know his show?
No.
Oh,
you
so it's a
heard of
rap
his show.
Something?
I mean, no.
Well, this is going to be interesting because I have not seen who it is. It's going to be interesting to find out because you think I will know who he is.
I don't think you'll know who he is.
There's one.
Because
you might know his of the overall show because it's extremely popular, but I don't know if you'll know him individually.
Okay.
There's one person I'm hoping it is, but I don't think I can say their name on the air.
Why not?
Say who it is.
No, I'll tell you guys off air.
They'll be on there. Is it somebody from town?
No.
I go, no.
They are very, very like popular and overarching in the media. Like,
and you think they're running a Ponzi scheme?
I think it would be very funny. No,
air them out.
No,
God damn it.
No.
I know who you're talking about. It's Bobby Bones, isn't it?
No.
Ah, you liar! I saw you look away.
He side-eyed that hard.
Actually, Bobby Bones is a really nice. Well, I don't know if he's a nice guy. He's an okay guy.
I just think that'd be funny.
That would be interesting. Okay, we're going to click on it now. Find out radio host involved in Ponzi scheme. Now that's a federal offense, right? So this is very serious.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Tommy clicks on it. Have I ever worked with him? Do you think?
No,
never have. Okay, I got to scroll down because it opened beneath where I thought it would. Here we go. We click on that again. The Intelligencer, the New York Intelligencer. Oh, what a surprise. It's your cousin.
I think technically he's Latino.
That doesn't matter. As long as he's not a honky. You know what I mean?
As opposed to all 30,000 other Ponzi schemes that are all white people.
I don't know about that. In the fall of 2021, in their shared office in the mansion-lined hills of northern New Jersey, DJ Envy, you're right, I have no idea who that is. Is that the guy?
Yeah, that's the radio host.
Yeah, I have no idea who that is. Was describing his commitment to his real estate business with Cesar Pina. This is not something we talk about. Then we leave and we laugh. He said, this is what we do. Speaking to their audience on Facebook, DJ Envy boasted of a potential $252,000 monthly profit on just 2 of their properties in the Garden State. We're talking about generational wealth, he said. You're going to turn to a disc jockey to how to invest your money?
Yeah. Well, it was...
I saved that for Josh Arnold.
Yeah,
he's not a disc jockey, though.
Well,
yeah.
So his friend, the Pina guy, it sounds like was the mastermind, and they used DJ Envy's platform on the Breakfast Club to promote it to everybody. So that's how they got everybody into their Ponzi scheme.
So this is the Breakfast Club is a nationally syndicated radio show or something?
Yeah, radio show and podcast, yep.
Oh, it's a podcast too? Well, that makes sense, yeah. For 3 years prior, DJ Envy, the co-host of the wildly popular rap, you said it wasn't rap.
Because it's more just
it's
more pop culture and hip, whatever. But it's not.
Chicken tastes like wood. Did they say that?
No, they don't. Nobody says that except for you.
What are you talking about? It's the greatest. Well, the second.
I hear that's how they open every show.
Yes, there you go. Exactly. In any case, a landlord influencer, he described himself as, did Pena. House flipper in New Jersey had hosted real estate seminars where aspiring investors could learn how to get ahead in the era of low interest rates. When was that? Low interest rates. That's been a while. Isn't the top interest rate now 9%?
Probably somewhere around there.
Whoa, that's a lot of money, man. Over the years, seminars expanded them from Jersey wedding venues to the Javits Center, where the co-host held court. Yeah, I don't give a shit about all this stuff. What did they do that was illegal?
So essentially, they had these seminars where they're going to teach you how to flip houses, and you invest with us. We buy all these properties, we flip them, we sell them, we rent them out, and people are giving them money, and then they would not buy properties, flip them, and sell them or anything like that.
Why?
Because they just took the money, and then it's a Ponzi scheme.
But why wouldn't they invest it? They could have made tons of money.
Because they were probably making more money running a Ponzi scheme.
They're going to prison.
Well, it's just lazy, like Tom's saying. It's just absolutely lazy. It's like they didn't even have the infrastructure in place to do any of this. It was all a facade.
But I still don't understand why you would do that if you've got that much influence around the country and people are sending you money. Why the hell would you mess with that?
Right. They legitimately could have done the things that they were saying.
Yeah.
They just chose not to because, lazy, probably too much work.
Well, now you're going to go to prison. I mean, this is what you were looking for? How stupid are you?
Pretty stupid.
It says here that Pena allegedly resorted to other methods of payment to try to get whole with Rios. Rios is an investor. Rios is an auto shop, as a matter of fact. $100,000. Jesus. He returned to Rio's auto shop with a backpack, pulling out a silver Cuban link bracelet and 2 chains that said "Trap Landlord." What does that mean?
Like essentially he was glorifying being a slumlord.
Oh, it's called, when did they start calling it a trap landlord? I never heard it.
I don't know, like a trap house where people sell drugs out of. So he's just
that's true. That's true. Apparent they got an apparel brand run by Pena's brother Luis. He says, "Hold on to this until I can pay you," Rios said. He claims he never got his money back and now plans to add the pile of lawsuits against Pena. Holy Christ. There's a lot. This story goes on and on. $17 million.
Yeah.
Jesus. Why wouldn't you take the 17 million and actually do it and make 100 million?
Right, because people are short-sighted. And you're familiar with Donnell Rawlings, the comedian.
Sure,
We've had him on the show.
Yep.
So he was on the Breakfast Club, and they're all kind of roasting each other. And this was before all of this Ponzi scheme stuff came to light. And Donnell Rawlings makes a joke essentially about DJ Envy. And he makes a comment along the lines of, you're out here trying to pretend to sell houses, and kind of hinted that maybe he's not doing the things that he says he's doing.
Eek.
And the whole room starts laughing. And the DJ guy, he's just kind of sitting there like, let's move on to a different subject.
Yeah.
And so now looking back, everybody's like, this was the moment that the dam broke, and Donnell Rawlings exposed this all to everybody.
I still don't understand. If they're sending you all that money, you look and go, look, I have all this money, $17 million. Let's invest it and make a couple of $100 million. Mm-hmm. They get the money. We get our money for doing nothing, basically.
Yeah, because especially if you go, hey, we can run this scam and have people just send us money. We're not going to do anything. And then once you see the amount of money coming in, you could be like, hey, we could actually do something legitimate with this and have this continue forever.
Absolutely.
Rather than get caught and go to prison.
It just, it makes no. So these guys?
I mean, not personally, but I'm familiar with their work.
Are they that stupid?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm not going to sit here trying to defend them. Yeah.
I just, honest to God. Barone is another guy they were talking about, recognized Martini's name from a contract he had signed with Cesar Pena in 2020, investing $500,000 in a housing development. Once again, so build a housing development. Those things are worth a ton of money.
No.
You're given free money to build something, and instead of building something and making tons of money, you're a thief.
Yeah.
I've never understood how people get to that point. I just don't get it. They got to be they have to be really stupid.
Yeah, because you essentially had everything you needed
to
start the business and the venture, and then you just kept it instead.
Why?
And a venture that is a kind of a proven way to continue to make money. Like real estate investment is not something new, and it's something that a lot of people make millions and millions of dollars off.
So the Breakfast Club, was that a local radio station that became nationally syndicated or something, or what is it?
I don't know how it started, but yeah, it was kind of a small show, and I believe they're based out of New York.
Yeah, I think that's right.
So but it's absolutely huge. It's like a Joe Rogan sized podcast.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, they're massive.
So once again, because Joe Rogan, I believe, makes like 20-30 million a year off of that podcast.
Yeah, he's making enough money off of just doing this Breakfast Club show where he doesn't need to scam people out of money.
That's the other part of it. You're making 20-30 million bucks a year. Why are you scamming people?
Right. Like if you were about to start a Ponzi scheme, people would be like, Tom, let's think about let's think about this.
Exactly.
You don't need to be scamming people out of money when you already have all this money.
That stuff does not make any sense at all. Caesar would not have the life that he has without DJ Envy. Victim says that the Breakfast Club host used his clout to rope them into a Ponzi scheme.
Yep.
Now these guys are going to federal prison.
Yeah, and he's still on the air as of a couple days ago.
Are these guys brothers? They look exactly the same.
I'm not sure if they're related or not, but
boy, they sure look like they are. Yeah, I've never understood humans. Well, again, the one thing I will say is something we've talked about many times. Matter of fact, Tevin and I were talking about it this morning, a different subject. Everything's about how can I get more money? That's everything now is about money, 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 money. It's our politicians. It's our television channels. It's everywhere. It's all that matters is money. So I guess it didn't even matter to them how they got it. because that's all that matters to them.
Yeah.
But let's say they're making $10 million a year apiece, right?
Yep.
So if you build a company where you're making another 5-10 million a year, all of a sudden you're making 20 million, you're making twice as much money as you did, and you're not going to prison.
Yeah.
How do you not? Don't they know anybody that sat down and said, hey, listen, let me give you a little advice here. Let's not do this.
No, they have nobody with any sense in their corner.
That's got to be frustrating as hell. That makes me sad, actually.
Yeah, because it ruins it, kind of the potential for other people to do the same thing. Like I feel like there's no innocence left in the world anymore. You have to question everything.
I should have learned that a long time ago because I trusted people and it cost me a lot of money trusting people. You cannot trust somebody with your money. You just can't do it. You got to keep an eye on it all the time. Otherwise, it'll be gone. Because that's all money is God now. That's all there is to it, particularly cash. When it's cash, they get really nuts over that deal. But I don't have a good time in prison and taking it deep. You know what I mean? What? Well, I thought they might want a sex life when they're in prison. I wasn't certain, but there's a possibility in any case, now this is something I didn't know. Oh, you know what? We have a guest coming up, so I better hold that story for a bit. We'll take a break, be right back. Chad Cobain will join us right after this.
This is the Tom Barnard Show.
You need to know a guy for your auto repairs, legal issues, banking, and more. The same goes for investment advice. You need a guy to help you be successful, someone you can trust who gets results. Well, I got a guy for you. Josh Arnold. Josh gives you straight talk, not sugar-coated advice about your financial situation. Josh has seen it all when it comes to economic and market conditions, and Josh can make sure that your retirement objectives match your investments. Do yourself a favor and call Josh now for a no-obligation, 48-minute evaluation. You've got nothing to lose, and you'll get a different point of view for your investments. Call Josh at 952-925-5608. That is 952-925-5608. You'll be glad that you did. And tell him his guy, Tom, sent you.
Investment services offered by Josh Arnold Investment Consultant, LLC, a security investment advisor. Past performance is no guarantee of future results. All investments involve risk. All comments and opinions are Josh Arnold's and do not constitute investment advice. Tom Barnard is a paid endorser.
This is Bob Sansevier, and I want to tell you about Dave Bialke from Bialke Law. Dave represented my wife, Mary, when she had a significant workplace injury. She was very happy with the job Dave did. If you have a work-related injury and have Dave represent you, I'm betting you'll be happy too. Dave is a down-to-earth guy. He grew up in northern Minnesota, rides a Harley, and worked various jobs doing concrete, electrical, plumbing, roofing, and carpentry work. Dave works for people with work-related injuries. If you work construction, or anywhere for that matter, and you're hurt or even just hurting, you should talk to Dave. Let's face it, our bodies wear out. If your body is worn out from work, if your knees or back or shoulders hurt from things you do at work, do what Mary did. Call Dave and talk to him about it at Bialke Law to set up a free initial consultation. The number to call is 763-571-2410. That's 763-571-2410. Or visit bialkelaw.com. That's BIALKE law.com.
Tom here, and I just read a success story from MN Fat Loss client Elizabeth, who just completed the program. Elizabeth writes, I'm a 54-year-old woman who has struggled with losing weight. I had almost constant heartburn, trouble sleeping, brain fog. I tried counting calories, eating bars and shakes, and several other programs in which I would lose 5 to 10 pounds after months of struggling. After 60 days of the MN Fat Loss program, I was down 25 pounds. MN Fat Loss had really empowered me to believe that I can control my eating and my weight without having to sacrifice foods that I like. If you're thinking about finally committing to improving your health, this is the time to start. You won't regret your investment in yourself. It's so easy to see if MN Fat Loss is a good fit for you. They offer a free phone consultation to learn about the program. They also have virtual options to help you if you live far away, which I think is a brilliant idea. To schedule that free phone consultation, go to mnfatloss.com. The only thing you have to lose is that unwanted weight. That's www.mnfatloss.com. I cannot wait to hear about your success story. And please let them know that Tom sent you.
The Tom Barnard Show is proud to have partners like North American Banking Company, Bradshaw and Bryant, and attorney and advertiser Dave Bielke.
I've been advertising on Tom Barnard shows for years. I like Tom, not just because he's a good guy, but because the ads I run on his show bring me new clients that are hurt at work and need legal help. Tommy B works for me.
If you'd like to find out more about growing your business with the Tom Barnard Show, go to tombarnardshow.com, keyword partner.
You know, humming along with the song.
I've got to hum along a little bit. No matter, even if the song isn't great or like my favorite song, you can't help but, music's so universal, you can't help but tap your toe and hum along a little bit.
What were you listening to?
I don't even know what the song is called. Should I stay or should I go?
Chad's not going to be on with us today, and I don't know what happened or whatever, but they tried to replace him. It's like, we can't do that at the last minute. We have other things to do, so what are you going to do?
What are you going to do?
Shit happens.
Indeed.
Sure
so
does.
I guess that's God's way of telling me, Tom, it's time for you to do the Red Cup Day protest.
The Red Cup Day protest.
Apparently the largest strike in Starbucks history starts today.
Dang.
Oh, yeah. I heard about this.
Now I have a question for you. You're really going to go on strike just before Thanksgiving when everybody's traveling and goes to coffee shops, wherever they're traveling to?
I will say there's more than just Starbucks. I personally, when I stop, I'm a Caribou guy. I think it's
Caribou, yeah.
Isn't that a Minnesota
Yep.
based one? It's like you know, you gotta go Minnesota. But why not? Go ahead, do it. Hit them when it hurts. If you're gonna go on strike,
Right?
I suppose,
I'll say that's the whole point of a protest. Is if I'm a Starbucks employee, how can I have this make the most impact? Well, let's protest right before the holiday season when they probably make they're about to release their holiday cup that you're gonna write your name on all year, and
Ooh, did you see the signs that are hanging out in front of all the Starbucks?
No.
No contract, no coffee.
a little alliteration.
Listen, I feel strongly about nurses and Starbucks employees are essential workers to me.
Yes.
And I want them to get whatever they want immediately.
I always get impressed by good strike chants and slogans.
Yeah.
Sure.
Like, you know, I'm not going to try to make one up on the spot, but they're
come on, your chant.
I remember
hey, hey, ho, ho. That dark roast has got to go. Hey,
yeah.
Yes. Why does it have to be dark roast?
Oh,
See?
I don't know.
Do you remember the writer's strike that happened? What was the last one? It was like 15 years ago, maybe 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, it was during the Desperate Housewives where Eva Longoria was acting. And to this day, this strike chant is in my head all the time. It's, we write the story for Eva Longoria.
That is a good one.
Thank you.
The Storia for Longoria. I like it.
Thank you.
Whatever happened to her? She just kind of disappeared, didn't she?
She sure did. I even thought, even though I sing her all the time, I'm going to look her up.
Because she was married to Tony Parker, who was a French basketball player that was like an all-star for the San Antonio Spurs. They ended up getting divorced after a while, but they made it for a while. But yeah, that was the last we kind of ever heard of her after she ended they ended the
Desperate
Housewives.
She was very pretty. I mean, she's very good.
Oh, she was gorgeous.
Yeah, she was, absolutely. Is that what it came out first at Desperate Housewives? That was her first spot?
That was her big one. I mean, she could have been in some small stuff, but that was everywhere.
Yeah, I don't even think I could name anything else that she's been in, because after she was in Desperate Housewives, I feel like any appearance she made was always as herself in things.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
She got to that level.
Yeah, she's doing a promo now for. I think she's doing a travel video for somebody, the Travel Channel or somebody. I think she went to Brazil or something. Did you see that? Did that pop up when you were looking her up?
Yeah. There's Eva Longoria Searching for Mexico, the host.
Mexico, okay. All right.
Looks like she got the job on the Proud Family reboot. Also, she's doing pretty well. The Boss Baby sequel, Family Business. So good for her.
Boss Baby's a cartoon?
Yeah.
Okay.
She played Sophie Perez in Brooklyn Nine-Nine. I guess that was a pretty long role for her. She was there. She's been doing that for a decade now.
Really?
I forgot about that.
She did some directing.
Brooklyn Nine-Nine. What is that?
It was on NBC. It's got Andy Samberg and Terry Crews.
Yeah.
It's
the cop.
Yep.
cop office type thing, almost. Like I've never watched it. I've heard good stuff.
It's good, not great. But there's a scene where they have like this woman somebody was murdered in a bar, and they have the lineup of people, and she was like, I didn't see the killer, but I heard his voice. He was singing while he was going to the bathroom. Like, well, what song was he singing? And it was Backstreet Boys or NSYNC, some song.
Okay.
And so he has the lineup of people singing the Backstreet. It's one of the greatest scenes of television ever. Do you have the clip?
Yeah, I have it in 2 seconds here.
That's the ticket.
Do you recognize any of these men?
I was hiding in the bathroom stall, so I didn't see his face, but I heard him. He was singing along to the music at the bar.
Do you remember what he was singing?
I think it was that song, I Want It That Way.
Backstreet Boys, I'm familiar. Okay. Number one, could you please sing the opening to I Want It That Way?
Really? Okay. You are my fire.
Number two, keep it going.
The one desire.
Number three.
Believe when I say.
Number four.
I want it that way.
Tell me why.
Ain't nothing but a heartache.
Tell me why.
Ain't nothing but a mistake.
Now number five.
I never want to hear you say, woo! I want it that way.
Oh, chills. Literal chills.
It was number 5. Number 5 killed my brother.
Oh my God. I like it.
He's like, oh my gosh, I forgot why we were here.
Exactly. It's true. Thousands of Starbucks workers at hundreds of stores will be on strike as they protest the lack of their first contract, despite a nearly 2 years long organizing drive at the coffee chain. So he was talking about now. What are the big chains are? Starbucks, Caribou,
Dunkin' Donuts, at least not here locally, but Dunkin' Donuts is huge all over the place.
You ever been to Boston?
Nope.
There's a Dunkin' Donuts on every corner.
Well, that's how Chicago was. I remember as a kid when we went there, it felt like there was a Dunkin' Donuts every block. Like, okay, I get it.
I guess the company is based in Boston.
Okay.
And literally, you can't get away from Dunkin' Donuts in Boston, which I suppose is kind of a cool deal. But
Tim Hortons is like that, but in Canada.
Canada, yeah. We had one here for a while, didn't we? A Tim Hortons?
Yeah, I think it was
one in the Mall of America.
Oh,
in Dinky Town over by the old station. I feel like,
because I remember the Bronsons, obviously being from Canada, were very excited. Their managers were telling me, you got to go down there. They have the best donuts and coffee ever. I was like, this is the most average.
Really?
Yeah.
No,
I mean,
it's fine. It's fine.
Right, it's a donut, but it was when you get it so hyped up and you're like, oh, this is about to change my life. No, it will not. It's just coffee and donuts.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, sir.
I think it's superior. Like,
really?
There was one in St. Cloud. When I was in college there, I think it actually went out of business just because it was like people.
Because it was so good.
Well, no, because people were like, I'm just gonna stick with Starbucks and Caribou right down the street. But I don't know. They're just like French vanilla is just a little bit different. They got like a little maple syrup in there too. It's nice. It just elevates it.
God, listen to you guys are the donut experts here. I like it. Are Entenmann donuts any good? The ones you can buy in a grocery store?
They're so good. And there's not like
Entenmann
bad donuts are still good.
Explain to me what these are. Intimate donuts?
Entenmann.
I don't even know what that is.
You really?
No.
They're on display every grocery store you go into.
Oh, you just mean like
Google the package. It's like the circle ones. Yeah, they're
Well, you know the package.
you would see them everywhere. They're at gas stations. They're at Cobb.
I didn't know that's what they were called.
You
but
didn't really?
No, they're just gas station donuts.
Well,
back.
They're all over the place, not just in gas stations.
They're great.
I mean, those are good, but they're not my favorite because it's like a cake donut. They're good, not my favorite.
What are your favorite?
I'm gonna go with like the Krispy Kreme style glazed donut, or even if it's got the frosting on it, like that style, rather than the cake donut.
Are they still around?
Krispy Kreme?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, not up north as much. All down south, you can. They're everywhere.
Yeah. But why didn't it work here?
Because of I forget, it was a Jenny Craig, whatever the big in the early 2000s, whatever the big anti-carb diet was, it destroyed Krispy Kreme in the Midwest.
Because I remember up in Maple Grove, I think it was, they had a Krispy Kreme up there, and the line to drive up was like 3 blocks long.
Tom, it is wild in our lifetime. I remember that getting built and people whatever, and I remember it going down. Like it's funny I want to say 10 years, they built like 5 and then they all went away. It was such a quick turnaround.
Did the diet work? That's what I thought.
Diets never work.
They don't.
I mean, they work for like 2 seconds. You just need like a whole, And they had a Sex in the City episode. It was actually the one where Craig Gass was on, our friend.
Sure.
Where he was like eating out Miranda all the time. And they were also in like.
Wait a minute. What did you just say?
Hold on.
I said what I said. Like, that's what happened. And he was like this chubby guy going down on Miranda. Well, how do you guys want me to phrase this? That was the whole premise.
Talking about Krispy Kreme donuts.
I am. Just let me get to it.
Like, what the hell?
So there's an episode where they meet.
Enter men. Get it?
Yes.
He tied the enter men with.
So they met at Weight Watchers, it was Miranda and Craig Gass, and they were both trying to lose weight. And then he kept going down on her. And then after they'd have sex, they'd go get a Krispy Kreme donut. And there would be a whole like scene about it was his favorite thing to do because he just loved eating. And then it like associated with being chubby with I don't think it helped their cause.
My God. So that was all because of a diet that came out. People stopped eating donuts.
Was it paleo? Isn't that the big thing?
Oh, yeah, probably.
That reminds that Brittany's comment just reminded me of these Australian guys who they do jokes back and forth and whatnot. They're really dumb, but they go with the accent. What's better than eating a mandarin? Eating a mandarin out.
Oh God! Oh God!
Show is just.
Did I tell you I have to leave early today?
I was taking historical facts. I would like to say.
Yes, that was a fact. It's true. So what we're talking about is thousands of Starbucks workers at hundreds of stores will be on strike. They protest the lack of their first contract, despite a nearly 2 years long organizing drive at the coffee chain. The strike at Starbucks, which some have dubbed the Red Cup Rebellion. So I'm assuming their cups are red.
Yeah, especially during the holidays.
The holiday deal. Will go on for only a day, unlike recent strikes by the United Auto Workers union at the nation's 3 unionized automakers on strikes by SAG-AFTRA, of course, too. The Writers Guild of America, which shut down production of many movies and television series, but the union said the limited duration strike on a key promotion day for Starbucks is important in its efforts to win their first ever contract at the chain. And it is a sign that even with more than 200,000 strikers leaving the picket lines in the last month, that there are levels of union activism in America, workplaces that haven't been seen in decades. Why are there so many strikes right now? What happened?
I don't know. I think we are coming to a clash of what the company gets and what they're giving their employees, like how much money they're making hand over fist, and if people can have work full time and not be able to afford the housing market. I think that has a big part of it.
Mm-hmm. Is this going to have a negative effect, though? Our big business is going to go, well, you know what? Maybe we should just automate a lot of it. I mean, is that going to happen maybe?
Yeah, because the easiest way to make money is to not spend as much money in your business. And so, it'll come down to, well, if we can get a fancier coffee machine that you just press the button and it automatically foams out your little latte, then we're good.
Yeah, I don't remember in my lifetime even so many strikes all happening at the same time. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, it definitely felt like in the past it was a much bigger deal for just one industry to strike, where now it's every other day somebody's on strike and we become numb to it.
I think there was a strike when I was at WDGY against the Radio Actors Guild or something.
Really?
I think so.
Were you out in the picket line?
I don't remember. I must have. I think they, I don't think they let you walk in the building even. I don't remember though.
That sounds about right, because I've always remember hearing as a kid crossing the picket line was the worst thing you could possibly do, and it's like, well, I have my bills to pay. Like they're not suspending my car payment, house payment, and
good point.
Out here for 6 months, it can get dicey.
My favorite of all time, I was working at Bladholm Brothers Concrete, which put up all those walls along 35W and all those places like that.
Mm-hmm.
I was helping to build the posts that they put there's the concrete posts and then there's the wood between some of them.
Yep.
We built all of those, and we ended up going on strike. And there's Dick's Bar in Osseo. Is it still there, I wonder?
I wonder.
Dick's Bar was a great bar in Osseo, Minnesota. But we're at Dick's Bar. We're all on strike. We had just come off the picket line, and we're in the bar. And this woman walks up to one of the guys and says, "What are you guys all doing?" Said, we're on strike." "Oh, well, where?" He said, "Bladholm Brothers, right across the street, down the road a little bit." "So what do you do there?" Now, I don't know if you guys know anything about the concrete business, but you have to do this. He says to her, she says, "Well, what do you do there?" And he said, "I operate a vibrator." And she slapped him across the face.
Dang.
Never forget it. She thought he was making it up as he went along to try to entice her into a little activity.
Yeah.
But he actually did run a vibrator, because when you're pouring concrete, some air gets in and you can't have that.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to vibrate the concrete. And these things are, by the way, about 6 feet long.
Yeah, they're huge.
He's operating a vibrator 6 feet long, and he gets slapped across the face.
I'm sure there's no jokes that are made on site constantly about that. We had a listener write in, Tom, about Entenmann's, if you want to hear about it.
Okay, he's going to wrap up the story, and then we'll get back to it.
Yeah.
Dick's Bar, still alive and well, fully operational.
Is it really?
Osseo. Yep.
Love you guys. And there's a meat market right down the block, too. That's phenomenal. I loved Osseo. I loved working out in Osseo. It's a great town.
Yeah.
But yeah, Dick's Bar was one of my favorite places to go, because it could get a little, it's back in the day, though. It could get a little rowdy in there.
I believe it because there's like tagline. It's Dick's Bar and Grill, your attitude adjustment place.
There you go. I love those guys. Perfect. Okay, you're going back to Entenmann's?
Yes. This one of our listeners, David, wrote in and says, "Tom, I'm a distributor of Entenmann's donuts and cakes. They are brought in by the Brownberry bread distributors, who also handle Thomas English muffins and bagels. Entenmann's are so good," is what he wrote.
What time's he showing up?
I know, that's what I was thinking.
She's getting in her car to head over here.
Right?
Now, Entenmann's, the last time I had them, they were really good. They're good. I suppose because I work this time of day now that I have for many, many years, I just don't get donuts anymore.
Yeah.
Because they're not open at 4 a.m. So.
Yeah. Like the Entenmann's one, especially dipping them in hot chocolate or coffee or anything like that. Top tier.
You know who's got good donuts is the Asia Mall out in Eden Prairie.
Yeah, Mochi Donuts.
The Mochi Donuts, yeah. Mochi, is it Mochi or Mochi? I don't know.
I get nervous saying it in front of anybody, so I'm surprised I even said it. But they have the green one. What's that one?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know exactly. They're really good donuts, but they come in like 8 flavors, something like that.
Yeah, and they kind of look like, it almost looks like a little kid's bracelet. Like they look like big balls in a circle. And the flavors are amazing, and I don't know why they are so good, but those are so good.
There's no question about it. That mall anyway. We've been to almost every restaurant in that mall.
Yeah,
phenomenal.
I've been eating there. We've grabbed stuff to go. Like they have the cheese sticks place. We've got that and a bunch of stuff there. But yeah, I gotta sit down and eat there.
Well, they have Japanese food. They have Chinese food. They have the hot pot upstairs, which I think that is Japanese, isn't it? Hot pot, I think.
And that one might have a robot waiter that my neighbors are obsessed with.
That might be the case. Exactly.
Yeah, like I wouldn't say it's replacing anyone's job anytime soon, but it's kind of just rolls around and like it'll get you a water maybe, and like sometimes gets stuck places. But like neighbor Josie is very into that robot.
Oh, I'm telling you, who loves the Asia Mall is Fawny.
Oh, yeah?
He just loves, we should go to the Asia Mall. She loves that place.
It's super fun.
Because she gets the bubble tea, or what is it, the bubble?
Boba tea.
Boba, not boba tea. It's a bubble, some beverage with bubbles.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what the hell it is, but she loves that.
I think both of those are things. I think bubbles more just like carbonated.
I don't know.
I'm not knowledgeable enough on that.
I'll call Fawn and wake her up. Oh, wait a minute. She's at school. I can't.
Dang, annoying.
They're hanging out at school. But yeah, if you've never been there, I'd get out there. It's in Eden Prairie. It's right off the highway. You don't have to go very far, but really nice people, very good food, the whole deal. I love talking about good food. And then what you could do is go straight up the highway several miles, go to Dick's Bar and get rowdy.
Yeah. Or go just like a couple, like a half mile away and go to Shields, because I don't know why, but I love walking around Shields in Eden
You
Prairie.
can change the subject better than anybody I've ever met.
No, I was just saying it's closer than going to Dick's Bar and Grill.
That wasn't the point. Good God.
Shields are awesome, though. I love walking around a Shields.
I've never been to Shields, but I've heard from many people that it is great. Now, is that what is it?
It's like a Cabela's and a Sports Authority and a Dick's Sporting Goods.
Well,
but
I would like that.
Like it's everything wrapped together, but it's also like a part-time Valley Fair because they have a
Ferris wheel.
A Ferris wheel in there.
Really? In the store.
A huge
And you can bring Jude.
Judy.
Yeah, Jude. And then there's like sports simulation stuff to where it's like you can bat against Randy Johnson or whatever, or try to beat Peter Cech in goal by kicking soccer balls and stuff, playing games.
In the door there. Gelfand just barking up a storm.
Hey,
Is that the plan?
At least he lets you know he's here.
That's Mikey Gelfand letting us know. But honestly, God, every time he walks in, it's like, so anyway, I was telling the guy last week that. So I will have to go to Shields. It sounds like my kind of place.
Yeah, I think so.
So you can have a lot of fun. So did a lot of little kids go there and all that stuff?
Literally just on Monday, Go-Go was having a rough go, and I was like, get in the car, we're going to Shields. And we just walked around Shields, and then everyone brings their dogs there, especially to train, like with people around.
Oh, okay.
So she just went from dog to dog and looked at the fish tanks there, the guy that swims in there cleans it. It is definitely I highly recommend. I think Sage would love it. I think Fawn would love it. Ethan would be obsessed because of the dogs.
Right.
And just so we're not oversight. This is a store. It's not like it's not an amusement park or anything like that.
But we treat it like when you have a toddler, AJ, everything is an amusement park.
Yes,
Just walking around slowly is the goal.
But I just want to make sure like Tom doesn't go in there being like, I was promised a slide. Like,
they have two robots that talk at you. I think Randy Moss and somebody else.
Randy Moss.
I want to say
the St. Cloud one had like a fudge place, like a candy. They made like ridiculous fudge.
So was it like a sporting goods store or what?
Yeah,
is it?
Yeah,
It's
like
sporting
it's
goods.
like
Okay.
going to a Cabela's and a Foot Locker at the same time. So you can go in, you can buy like jerseys to your favorite sports team. It has outdoor equipment upstairs, has a little Ferris wheel. It's not an amusement park and as much fun as Brittany's making it sound, but it is like not just a regular. It's not like going to Target. There's a little bit of extra entertainment.
Well, it sounds like I would love that place. I like that kind of stuff. So you go in, it's all this, but they got golf and all that stuff.
Yeah. You can go test some drivers out. You can go, do practice putting green, and then at the same time, you can go get fitted for a new rifle if you wanted to.
Didn't they take over some chain or something? Take over a lot of their stores? Because there's one isn't there one at Ridgedale? I think.
No, I think there's one in Fargo. There's one
St.
in
Cloud.
St. Cloud.
Oh, there's some
one
here.
Yeah, but there's very few. It's a very small company.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen their buildings done all that stuff. So I'll have to go by because it sounds like sounds like a good spot to take, whether you're going to go with family or whatever.
Oh yeah.
That's pretty much the deal.
You can knock out multiple things in one trip, so you don't have to go to like an outdoor store and a golf and whatever else.
I like it. So the Shields gets the full nod.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Herb Brooks robot is there and he makes speeches.
Oh, does he really?
Yeah, it's a little
great moments are born. I'm not going to do the whole thing.
Not tonight.
I knew Herbie very, very well. He's a great guy.
Really? You did? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I did. Absolutely. Well, David is still a good friend. I haven't seen David in a while now, but yeah, Herbie Brooks was a very, very nice guy. I think he was a pretty intense coach. So maybe
I can imagine
some people who played for him doesn't think he's the greatest guy in the world because he got a little intense. But yeah, that was very, very sad. Wasn't he driving back from a benefit or something?
From my understanding, he fell asleep while driving home.
Yeah.
I think it was something. It was while they were still. It wasn't from this, but it was while they were shooting the movie Miracle because he was like, he was consulting on that.
Yep.
Obviously, he lived it. It's about him. But yeah, so he didn't make it to the end of filming, which is really unfortunate.
Yeah, no question about it. It's really one thing I will tell you: if you ever get a chance to play golf with David Brooks, his brother, do it because he will make smart ass comments about your swing the entire round. like I'm teeing it up. I'm teeing it up on this hole. This is down in Florida. We're hanging out down in Florida several years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I tee it up and I'm about ready to tee off. And this bird up in the tree just goes, ah! And David's going, even that bird knows you suck.
You a pretty good golfer?
No.
You
Very
enjoy it, though?
mediocre. Oh, I do love going out golfing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't golfed I've played maybe 3 rounds of golf in the last 6 years.
Sounds
So
about like me as well.
I'm going to get back at it. I think this spring,
Yeah,
get
why
back,
not?
start playing some golf. And I just had too much to do. Like I said, I saw this move coming. You know, I could saw their evil ways they were developing. So I concentrated on just leaving one place and going to another. So I just didn't have time to play golf for like 5-6 years.
Yeah, understand.
Unfortunately. Well, like right now, I couldn't play either because I spent a lot of time with we got a lot of really good people, advertisers. A lot of them are my friends anyway, but you know, I'd love to get back. So where do you play?
Oh God, I don't play enough.
Oh, you don't?
No, it's more of a just because like given my schedule up until starting working on the show, I was doing pretty much always weekends, and so it's like, yeah, you want to go golfing this Saturday? Nope, I'm at work.
Can't do it.
Yeah, so and then the other times I could go on Wednesday, and my buddies are like, yeah, we're normal people, so right, no, we're not available. So yeah, it's like once a year has been my average.
So that's it.
Yeah.
And you're never going to get very good doing that.
And then it takes me like 12 holes to like warm up.
Sure.
And so, yeah, but I get my money's worth. That's for sure.
Oh, do you drink? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, no, because I'm playing more golf than everybody else.
Yeah.
So
You get to see the whole course kind of thing.
It's a scenic tour.
Brittany, do you golf?
I don't. Once in a while, I'll do 9 holes over at, there's a little place here called Holler Greens.
Yeah. Yep.
They have like a nice 9 exec hole that's pretty fun. Justin's actually golfing today. It's like he keeps claiming that it's the last day that he can golf.
Oh, sure, yeah.
He's been saying that for about 2 months. Like, well, it's the last day. So there's a course. I'm gonna take the morning. I've heard that's the last day for 2 months at least now. So.
And is he any good?
Yeah, he golfs a lot.
Doesn't mean any good though.
Yeah. I mean, he's really into. So there is a golf zone by us where it's like you can do year round. Where he likes to videotape and use these weird apps where he looks at his swing constantly.
That's a good idea.
Like he is people will walk by and see his iPad on the ground and talk to him about all these things, and if he can get out of his own head. I mean, golf is that, right? Like if you can get out of your own head, I know he does well because people will golf with him and tell me that he does really well.
Glad you're Tevin, golfer.
Yeah, I golf every once in a while. Try to go, a handful of times every year. I wasn't able to get out this year much, but I'm terrible. Like I'm just there to have a good time, be outside, and
So where do you
one
play?
good shot. I mean, anywhere. I'll bounce around. I don't have like one course that I'll go to over and over.
I don't know. I hope to get back to. I realize I'm never going to be any good at it, and all of a sudden develop skills later on and all that stuff. But just to be back with friends like Kendall Norberg and Kevin Osgard and people like that. He's played a lot of golf with Rocco Mediate. He's played with him all the time. So that was 6-7 years ago, though.
That has to be depressing
To watch. Well, I tell you, we got to go to break, but I'll tell you my favorite Rocco line that he ever gave to me.
Yeah.
So I get up and I hit the best drive I've hit in a long time. This is like 7 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I hit this ball, 270, something like that, which for me is a long way.
That's a great shot.
And the average golfer hits about 220, something like that. I think.
Like 270 is great.
Yeah, 270 is really good, and I hadn't done that in a while. So I just, once in a while you're going to get lucky. So I went about 270, and Rocco gets up and hits his drive about 30 yards past me.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, that really pisses me off. I hit the best possible drive I could ever hit at this juncture, and you had to go to 30 yards past me. And he looks at me and goes, I got some bad news for you. Rory McIlroy would be 80 yards past you.
Damn.
350. You know that he can drive it on par fours onto the green?
That's insane.
I have a friend that is a professor, was a professional golfer until he got hurt. Like golfed at the British Open with Phil Mickelson on the final day. Yeah, and it's like in the grand scheme of things, when you compare him to the other top golfers, is a bad professional golfer, I guess. But he comes out and he'll just one-handed, eyes closed, out golf everybody we play with. We took him to Top Golf once, and we were like celebrating a birthday, and we're all just having a good time. And he will call out, "I'm gonna hit it in that one," and he just the far back left corner, like hitting a layup every time, just center. I'm like, I hate how good you are.
I would hate him, wouldn't I?
Yeah, because golf is such a hard sport for the average person, and then I'm like, for you just to. I'm like Charlie Danielson. I can't stand golfing with you.
I understand. We do have to take a break here. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. A couple of minutes. The show will continue right after this.
This is the Tom Barnard Show. Listen live on the Tom Barnard Show app or at tombernardshow.com.
In a world that's racing a mile a minute, a split-second distraction can change everything. I'm Mike Bryant from Bradshaw and Bryant. Every day we see too many people, heads buried in their phones, unaware of the dangers they're in. Texting and driving isn't just reckless, it's playing Russian roulette with your life and the lives of others. In just 4 seconds of distraction, you've driven the length of a football field. Is there any text message that's worth your life, that's worth the lives of others? I've been fighting for the rights of the injured for over 30 years, but I'd rather you never meet me in a courtroom. So hear me now, stop texting and driving. Pay attention. Value your lives and the lives around you. And if you won't, know this. At Bradshaw and Bryant, we're relentless. We won't back down. We bring justice to those that need it.
Find Bradshaw and Bryant, personal injury attorneys at minnesotapersonalinjury.com.
With Mike Bryant on your side, seeking justice for the injured. Bradshaw and Bryant.
Recently, Jim Paul of Valley Buick GMC was contacted by a company that does on-site sales. Jim was confused.
Wait, they don't know anything about us, our staff, our reputation, most importantly, our customers.
Hey, pal, no problem. We do them all over the country. Get the manager off the roof sale, inflatable gorilla sale, and our favorite, the 13-hour sale with a giant clock that goes to 13. Urgency, baby. We bring our crew because, well, your people are, let's just say, a little laid back.
And the pricing?
Nothing special, sport.
But Jim thought, we price competitively every day. Our prices are special. We definitely don't need these guys. But sale does convey some urgency, so we made a bold decision for his fine dealerships.
Announcing the Valley Buick GMC 365-day sale. And we can even extend it a couple years or so.
I got the air dancer guy, scratch-offs, plastic keys, bubble machine.
Valley Buick GMC in Apple Valley or Hastings or valleycardealers.com. Hurry.
Hello, I'm Brad Huckle, President and Chief Lending Officer at North American Banking Company.
And I'm Michael Bilski, CEO at North American Banking Company.
As a locally owned and operated community bank, we work with many multi-generational businesses.
Take Personal Care Dentistry of Roseville, for example. Dr. Walter Hunt, also known as Painless to Me, has been a longtime customer of the bank since we opened the bank in 1998.
When his son Kyle was ready to join the practice, they wanted to expand quickly.
With their additional space and equipment, they now are able to see more patients each day while providing the same level of care and service.
Okay, guys, I'll take it from here. If you run a family business or any kind of business for that matter, you should be banking with Brad and Mike over at North American Banking Company. Every time I deal with them or their team, I know I'm working with experienced professional bankers. So why not bank with my banker? North American Banking Company, a better banking experience, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Hello. I'm the only one who pays attention ever. Oh, Tevin too.
There we
I
go.
was paying attention.
Brittany's oh, well, and of course, Brittany.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I love that, Andy.
You're not present, so you don't count.
Indeed. Well, you guys were talking about something interesting. We won't continue with it, but had kind of an interesting conversation going on when I got back.
We're talking about religion.
Uh-oh.
Why were you talking about religion?
Just debating which one's the best.
Well, yeah, he just said somebody didn't have a bank account, and I asked why, and he was saying that was for religious reasons, couldn't have interest.
Why not?
Well, apparently the interpretation by some cult members is that, according to the Bible, if you got any interest, you'd be guilty of usury.
So?
Usually is
I
bad.
know, exactly.
What's your point?
It's not stopping anyone else.
I know, exactly.
Hey, you ever have a credit card?
Well, yeah, there you go. What about, so you can't use those either?
Oh, that'd be out of the question.
What religion is this now?
It's just a severe interpretation of Christianity.
Yeah. Or in the Somali community, there for religious reasons aren't able to have interest either. So like when I worked at the car dealership, we had to have special 0% interest deals for them so that way they were able to buy a car.
So they could buy a car cheaper than we could?
No, it actually cost them more.
There you go.
Because
That's why
it was all such a big scam. So they'd be like, we're like, it's 0% interest. It's like, oh, that's great. And then we'd be like, but the dealership has to charge you. It was like $5,000 extra dollars.
They're going to get their money.
You're just paying your interest.
Yeah, they're paying
front,
interest. They're just paying it all at once.
But we don't call it interest, so that way everybody feels better about themselves.
So what's wrong with interest? Making money off of lending someone money? Why is that bad?
Well, it's not, but it's the whole point about, the money changers in the church, right?
Yeah.
That's what it all gets down to.
Why is it that people always have to, they abuse wealth, they abuse religion, why do people always have to abuse what they believe?
Well, it's like Sid Hartman used to say to me every Sunday when I was writing a column.
Mm-hmm.
You went too far this time.
You went too far this time.
That's what
yell fast.
That's what happens. People get into this stuff and they want to get into it deeper than anyone else.
But again, I remember being in third grade and the priest saying something in class, and I went, "No, it isn't."
I know. I did the same thing. My parents said, "Well, if you're not going to have, if you're not going to have a bar mitzvah, then you have to go to Saturday school and learn more." And I went in there, and I was like 12 years old. And I just said, this is garbage. Not only was it garbage, but the World Series was coming up the next week. So I said,
you can't have that.
No. So I resigned for on principle, on general principle.
See, here's what I don't understand. And we were talking about other things. We've been talking about this kind of all morning long, whether it's developing a business and you'd rather screw people out of money than make the money you could have easily made and not break the law, but they'd rather break the law. And I don't understand that at all. My belief is there's obviously something a lot bigger than I am. I don't know. God is just a shortened version of the word good, like evil devil. It just, I don't understand why these special rules. Yes, I know there's something bigger than me. There's a greater good or God or whatever you want to call it. Why can't they just leave it at that?
I guess, it's like they feel like they need to be more, in this case, religious than anyone else.
Why?
Because that somehow I think they believe that means they're more pure than anyone else.
Oh, so I'm better than you.
Yeah, well, I guess. Yeah, it's a strange thing all around. I don't know. This guy who we talked about has a sort of pact with his son. The kid's like 17.
Okay.
And the two of them monitor each other's phones to make sure there's no porn on them.
Why don't you just not watch porn?
Well, apparently, you could interpret that many ways. The way I would do it is that maybe the guy doesn't trust himself not to look at porn.
But do you get the little emails I get them? They come and go too.
Oh, sure.
They just disappear, but then they come back like, Susie waiting for Tom's phone or waiting for your phone call.
Sure, I get those all the time. And you know what?
What is that?
It's not only disgusting, but Susie is never there when I
so
call.
you call, it's an answer.
No.
Hundreds of sexy singles are in there.
Yeah.
What?
Right now? And as far as that extension thing goes, no, I'm pretty sure it doesn't work.
So, Brittany, you as a woman, you don't get porn? Oh, you do too?
Yeah. Just last week. Just last week, I got one that was this random text. It was like, hey. And I was like, hi. And it goes, hey, is this Lily? Because this is Amanda. And it was like this picture of a girl doing like the sexy selfie. And I was like, cool. Like, even if this was, neat. But no, I get it all the time. And like, I get all these weird things. It's like, this girl who knows 4,000 sex moves. And I was like,
4,000?
Wow.
That's 3,099 more than I do.
That is a big number. No question. Did you answer the phone and go, Lily? Herman Munster, I loved it when he did that. I just loved it. Yeah, why politics, why big business, why, religion, it always has to be altered to ruin it. Why?
Yeah. Sometimes you just have to accept the world the way it is and stop asking why, because We're not going to get anywhere.
It's not getting any better.
No.
But I still have to sit back and go, how does anybody believe this bullshit? That's the part I don't get.
That's a good point. It is true that like people cannot accept that a small amount of something is a great thing. They always think that more is better. It's like you just hear about people ODing on the simplest thing like Tylenol or religion, where it's like, you know, more is better. It's their mind frame, and they go too far.
Yeah.
But why? What drives human beings to do that? And Devin and I were just talking about the number one god in the world now is money. There's no question about that. So, what? Has it always been that way? It's just a much bigger audience now.
Well, I think it's always been this way. You know, we talked about last week. We talked about Huey Long,
right?
Yeah, a little bit about Huey Long. Before that, we talked about Genghis Khan. So there always been, you know, these people when they get power, and it's just a small slice. That's a small slice of humanity. But you give them power, and the next thing you know, they're impregnating 10,000 women.
No, that's what happened throughout history.
Yeah, well,
no doubt about that.
Mussolini tried to he tried to break the record, but he couldn't break Genghis Khan's record.
No. What was that again? Like 20,000 or something like that?
I read various estimates, but the estimate that I think was most credible was that he probably impregnated somewhere around 10,000.
10,000. Okay.
I said women, but actually a lot of them were like 13. So, you know, what he would do is he would kidnap like 8-year-olds, and then he would hold them until they were old enough to give birth. And then he would rape them.
And that's what, like 12 years, 13 years old, something like that?
Generally around there.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
There's a show called Under the Banner of Heaven. Have you guys seen it?
Oh, yes.
My God. Look, I'm sorry, honey. I know you and I have been married for a long time. We have a great marriage, but God spoke to me and he said, I must get another wife and she has to be 12 years old.
Yeah.
It's like, what?
Oh, well, that was like the Our Father documentary where there was the guy that ran a fertility clinic type place where people go for artificial insemination.
Yeah.
And they would go.
That was his?
And they would go,
you saw that coming.
I want this guy's DNA. And he'd go back into the back and whip up a little of his own DNA.
Well, what's terrible too, so like a lot of couples will go in. And so you go in, not even just looking for, you know, a donor, but like you'll go in with your husband or whatever, and they'll give their sample, and then you get inseminated because there's a big process in between of, you know, where whatever. There's a lot of helpers, things that you need. And so what happened is they didn't find out until they used Ancestry.com.
Oh.
They thought their fathers were their fathers and all this stuff. And then they all saw that they're all related. And I can't remember what the final count was, but it was a lot. Like
it was definitely up in the triple digits.
But hey, didn't a lot of them become doctors?
I did have to note that.
It's every woman's dream.
Yeah, there you go.
We did kind of laugh because me and Justin did infertility clinics, and we loved our doctor, and we kind of laughed because we watched that documentary after I got pregnant. We both were like, you know what? Wouldn't be so bad.
It's just that whole thing just amazes me.
Yeah.
All right, moving on, ladies and gentlemen. That stuff gets too depressing. You know, you got to obviously you got to go examine it, but it gets very depressing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The beliefs that people have. Amazing.
Oh, and it was 94 kids that this guy had.
94.
And it was funny too, Tom, in the documentary, they kept then showing a new person that's being interviewed, and the features on them were so strong where you would just be like, somehow a new person would pop up and be like, so I live in Texas. You're like, oh, that person's so related to this guy.
Oh.
Those family reunions must have been fabulous.
Big.
Yeah.
Big.
And everybody looking pretty much the same.
Yeah.
If you're looking too much the same, then it's like in my wife's family, there's really powerful DNA.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, you know, anyone in the family, any woman in that family who gave birth would probably have a child that looked just like her, or a lot like her. So I went to the family reunion once, and it was like right down the middle. Half the people looked the same.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah, it was crazy.
Ooh,
Yeah. And with my kids, luckily, you can see it, but it's not quite as strong.
Andy, what do you think? You and Alex, who do you think you look like?
Don't really know.
Yeah, really haven't thought of that.
I don't think there's. It's no like obvious family resemblance kind of thing. I think.
But I mean, do you think you lean more Brant or Barnard?
I look a lot more like mom's brothers.
Yeah, that's true.
That's
Yeah,
who I look like.
Yeah.
And I suppose Alex looks a lot more like my brothers and sisters.
I haven't seen any of them in so long. I couldn't tell you.
Well, I'm gonna see my brother for the first time in 20 years tomorrow.
Yep.
That's so wild.
Oh, that's great.
Is it though?
Like, how have you not seen him?
It could be great.
You're going to see him for not so good reasons, right?
What do you mean that he's hanging on?
He's not doing so well.
He's in a wheelchair and he's got tubes up his nose and the whole deal. But and he also talks like this now. I thought I was talking to Marlon Brando.
Yeah, I
for
was gonna
Christ's sake.
say. Yeah.
But no, I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah,
whole
I mean,
deal.
I think it's you try to make amends at some time.
Well, I mean, one of the things that people don't understand is when you have a severely mentally ill family member, you have to test for generations to make it sure that didn't get passed on.
Sure.
I mean, I remember, Andy, you were nervous as hell till you were about 18 years old about that.
Yeah, I was told, hey, any day you could just become schizophrenic. I'm like,
That's great.
Cool.
That's nice to have that one hanging over.
Great. No
I
problem.
always worried, of course, that my kids would inherit the depression gene.
Oh, absolutely.
Because it's so strong on
Absolutely.
my mother's side of the family.
Did they?
No, but there's a tendency. I mean, I can see where they're capable of being depressed, and most people are really not capable of suffering from depression.
Not severe depression.
No,
Yeah, that's true.
So, but I see. I don't know, and I probably, let's put it this way, I probably infer the worst if they're down, if they're
But I mean, that's because you're the dad.
Well, yeah, and I worry about that.
Yep.
It's more than I worry about, I guess, maybe sometimes stuff I should, but they're fine. They're good kids. They're doing
they
well,
are.
and not one of them works on Wall Street.
So they are good kids.
Yep, that was what I told them when they were young. I said, you can do anything you want to do except work on Wall Street. Then there's no inheritance for you.
No, exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have to turn to the expert, Brittany, on this one. Some people like to give their babies names that are popular. Others pick ones that are more unique, like Barbie or Oppenheimer.
Oh my God.
What did you name? Gogo should be named Oppenheimer.
I'm shocked that you've acknowledged that she's not Thomasina. That was your
Thomasina.
That was
Why
your
didn't you name her
convinced.
Thomasina? I'm still pissed off about that.
You've never seen her birth certificate. Maybe I'll surprise it.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Exactly. Yeah, we didn't ever go with any juniors or any stuff in my family. We didn't like. I don't think I can think of anybody on either side of my family that had a junior.
I don't think so.
It's funny when you watch an NBA basketball game.
Mm-hmm.
The announcers are always saying, "And that's Wilson Jr. getting the fall."
Yeah, always.
If they always add the junior, and I want to scream, no, junior is not a name.
Well, there's a guy with the Vikings that puts junior on the back of his jersey.
Byron Murphy.
Yeah, that's
That is
fine.
Murphy?
But that's fine. But when you refer to it, you shouldn't throw in the junior.
I would agree. But they always do.
It's like if they like added an Esquire to their name.
Well, it's like just in case their dad is also playing the same game.
Right. And
You
I've
don't
never
wanna be
seen it, but it could
confused.
happen.
Thomas Barnard Esquire. Now we're talking.
There you go. My brother is the fourth. And
the fourth?
Oh, really?
He is the fourth. Edward Jordan Hagen the fourth. And he goes by Jordan. And so like when he gets to know somebody, or especially when he was dating, on like apps, he would make it very clear that he's like, because like nothing's worse if you find out someone's name isn't their name, especially like when you're in like vulnerable. So he'd always be like, by the way, like my full name is this if you're looking me up anywhere.
And they were.
Yeah. The fourth.
I don't think we ever have had a junior on either side of my family. I don't
believe
think
so.
No.
Not that I know of.
Well, in some religions, and Judaism is one, you don't name your kid after the father.
No.
You can only name someone after someone who's dead.
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense, I suppose. Honoring people.
Yeah.
I imagine. All right. So BabyCenter.com has released its annual report on the top baby names of the year. Here are 5 interesting takeaways. The most popular name for girls is still Olivia. That's been several years now, hasn't it? Olivia.
Yeah, I
Very
think so.
popular. It seems like it. It was also, here you go. It was also number 1 in 22 and 21, has been in the top 10 for 20 years.
That blows my mind that people would still use that name when they know how many Olivias are out there.
Also, I don't know that many Olivias.
Because you're gonna know a bunch in 10 years or 20. Like, when are you hanging out with newborns, you weirdo?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
This may have all started after Olivia Newton-John.
Probably.
Because that's the Olivia I think of when but
me
then
too.
again, I'm of course a man of a certain age. But.
That was very sad. She just died not too long ago.
Yeah.
Did she?
I believe so. Olivia Newton-John's dead, isn't she?
Yeah, I think it was like some rare cancer.
Yeah, she died last year.
Yeah, I thought so. Very, very nice person. Well, you had her on the morning show. Were you on that day?
I don't remember, so
She
probably
was
not.
Very nice woman.
Yeah.
In any case, the most popular baby names for girl, the most popular was Olivia. It was also number one those other years. Emma is number 2 this year. I know a bunch of people that have a daughter named Emma.
Yep.
The rest of the top 10 is Amelia Santinella. Earhart, that's another good one. Sophia, Charlotte, Ava, Isabella, Mia, Luna, and you named your daughter after the moon?
Like, and a lot of people did.
Not only that, but you think of Luna, you think of lunatic.
Lunatic,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah. I don't think
Driven
that's
crazy by the moon.
I think
Yeah,
in
right.
reality, they're naming their kid after the Harry Potter character, which is worse.
Oh,
That's way worse.
I guess it's just it's a no, however you look at it.
I guess.
Yeah, it's pretty much no good reason to pick that name, I suppose.
You know, Luna, Mia, Isabella, a lot of Italian names.
Yeah, I was thinking that. Yeah.
It's
Spanish or Italian.
I was going to say, I don't think they're Italian.
Well, some are Spanish. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. The most popular name for boys is Noah. That ends a 4-year streak of Liam being number 1. Would you have give birth to a bunch of farmers?
Boy, that's went from Noah to Liam. They really took a 180 there.
Yeah, sure did. Noah didn't come out of nowhere. It's been in the top 5 for a decade, and Liam just dropped one notch to number 2. Oliver is number 3. So Olivia and Oliver are both popular.
Yeah, Oliver's been strong for a while.
I wonder why that is.
Fans of Laurel and Hardy.
Oliver.
It's all these old-fashioned names. I mean, when I pick up Go-Go, it's like wild. It's like Margot and Sophia had fun playing with blocks today, and Henry. It's like, where are we? A bingo hall? This seems like
it's true.
That's a good point, actually. Okay, so we got Oliver's number 3, excuse me, this year. The rest of the top 10 is Elijah. Elijah's been around for quite some time now. I know that.
2000-ish years.
Since the Bible.
Yeah. Since the Bible. I just mean as a name for,
Yeah.
By the way, Mateo, so, to Andy's point, a lot of Spanish names.
Mm-hmm.
Lucas, Levi, Leo, Ezra, and Luca. There's a trend of names getting shorter, including nicknames. For example, Ellie has overtaken Elizabeth and Eleanor. Josie is preferred over Josephine. And Theo and Leo are more common than the longer versions of Theodore and Leonardo. Well, my mother's name was Theophila, the love of God.
They obviously did not consider the names of babies in India, which would have been appropriate because there are a lot of babies being born.
A lot of babies in India.
Yeah,
there's no question.
And their names aren't generally very short.
No,
well, yeah,
or Iceland for that matter.
The big common theme, Tom, that you can see in this is people kind of live by this. We used to do, here's their full name and the nickname.
Yeah.
And now parents are so adamant of going, you know what? I'm naming them the nickname. Like I'm naming them the Theo, the Leo. Like they don't want there to be another option.
Honestly, kind of annoying having a legal name that's different than what you go by. Because legally I'm Andrew.
Yeah.
So it depends on, it's like, I'll go to a doctor and I'll be like, name, and I'll say Andy. And 75% of the time they'll find me. And the other 25%, I'm like, okay, you can try Andrew. And then they find me.
Yeah.
How do they not know Andy short for Andrew?
Some people aren't the brightest. Where you got like,
I guess.
And I'm not seeing you in here. You would happen to be Andrew, would you? Oh yeah, because that's such a far reach that you had to make. Like, yes, you can assume that.
Well, it's also an over reliance on not great technology. So it's like they go into the table of appointments today, and they just type in Andy.
Yeah.
The computer doesn't know to also bring up results that say Andrew.
Yeah.
So they're like, oh well, computer says no.
Weird.
Oh yeah, I've like gone to the pharmacy, and said, yeah, I'm here to pick up for Mike Gelfand, and they'll look through and say, I don't see a Mike Gelfand.
Oh my God.
That's
well, why don't you try
hilarious.
Michael?
They don't know to do that.
No.
Well, that's
Seriously.
why I've been seeing a trend toward they first ask you your birth date, which
Oh, yeah.
is the best way to do it, because how many people with my birth date are going to have an appointment on this day?
Yeah.
Enough to fit on one page. So when I say Andy, you can just scan it and see, oh, look, there's Andrew. He must mean that.
Oh yeah, and I've been in waiting rooms at my ophthalmologist's office where I go frequently, and so there'll be there might be 10 people in the waiting room, and the nurse will emerge and say Mike, and then of course 3 of us get up.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
I should show you my phone. You have to scroll and scroll and scroll to get through all the mics that I know. It's unbelievable. I
Oh,
never even
it's
noticed that before.
Tom, what is it? Like, is it just, are we hanging out with constant mics? I just met another one yesterday and I go, no, I refuse.
No more mics.
Well,
I'm done.
On numerous occasions, I've talked about someone I just met, and I said, God, I can't remember his name. And then it'll turn out it was Mike.
Yeah, well, there
I don't
you
even
go.
remember my own name
It happens.
because there's just so many of them. I just ignore it.
Now, Brittany's going to be really happy because Barbie beat Oppenheimer in the box office and in baby name. Well, who's going to name their kid Oppenheimer?
I hope. Like, you guys know that this is a child in your life. Like, this isn't just a flash in the pan. I'm actually pissed that I named Margot, and then Margot Robbie blew up to like a mega superstar.
Yeah.
Because it was like around the time. So I think it's going to look back at this time where people are going to name Margot, and they'll go, oh, you were named after Margot Robbie. And I'm like, she was not.
Well, Margot is, I think you could say it's trending these days.
Seem to be.
I've been telling everybody you named Go after Margot Robbie.
You know what, Tevin? First the light rail, now this.
Now this. So here's the deal. Barbie beat Oppenheimer in the box office and in baby names. Both, they're not popular names, though. If you count Barbie's full name, Barbara, it is up 994%, but that's still just 1336. Ken is down 846 spots, 2612. As for Oppenheimer, if you count Robert, that was his first name.
Yeah, that's the thing. Oppenheimer isn't his name. That's his last name.
Right.
So naming your kid Oppenheimer is missing the point entirely.
Yeah.
Barnard.
You could call him Opie. That'd be good. Hey, Opie, how you doing?
That's kind of cute.
Opie's cute. Absolutely. Names ending in ya are rising for girls like Sia, Haya, Inya.
Whoa,
Inaya.
whoa.
It's Inya. That's what it says. And there's also Anya.
Okay.
And there's
also
Araya.
next to you.
Next to you. Exactly.
See ya.
It was only a matter of time before the writer went too far.
Now you're absolutely right about that.
We're jumping the shark at this point.
All right. And we'll jump the shark all the way to Kristyn Burt by taking a break right here. We'll be right back.
This is the Tom Barnard Show. Listen live at tombernardshow.com or on the Tom Barnard Show app.
Tom here, and I just read a success story from MN Fat Loss client Elizabeth, who just completed the program. Elizabeth writes, I'm a 54-year-old woman who has struggled with losing weight. I had almost constant heartburn, trouble sleeping, brain fog. I tried counting calories, eating bars and shakes, and several other programs in which I would lose 5 to 10 pounds after months of struggling. After 60 days of the MN Fat Loss program, I was down 25 pounds. MN Fat Loss had really empowered me to believe that I can control my eating and my weight without having to sacrifice foods that I like. If you're thinking about finally committing to improving your health, this is the time to start. You won't regret your investment in yourself. It's so easy to see if MN Fat Loss is a good fit for you. They offer a free phone consultation to learn about the program. They also have virtual options to help you if you live far away, which I think is a brilliant idea. To schedule that free phone consultation, go to mnfatloss.com. The only thing you have to lose is that unwanted weight. That's www.mnfatloss.com. I cannot wait to hear about your success story. And please let them know that Tom sent you. You need to know a guy for your auto repairs, legal issues, banking, and more. The same goes for investment advice. You need a guy to help you be successful, someone you can trust who gets results. Well, I got a guy for you, Josh Arnold. Josh gives you straight talk, not sugar-coated advice about your financial situation. Josh has seen it all when it comes to economic and market conditions, and Josh can make sure that your retirement objectives match your investments. Do yourself a favor and call Josh now for a no-obligation 48-minute evaluation. You've got nothing to lose, and you'll get a different point of view for your investments. Call Josh at 952-925-5608. That is 952-925-5608. You'll be glad that you did. and tell him his guy, Tom, sent you.
Investment services offered by Josh Arnold Investment Consultant LLC, a security investment advisor. Past performance is no guarantee of future results. All investments involve risk. All comments and opinions are Josh Arnold's and do not constitute investment advice. Tom Barnard is a paid endorser.
Recently, Jim Paul of Valley Buick GMC was contacted by a company that does on-site sales. Jim was confused.
Wait, they don't know anything about us, our staff, our reputation, most importantly, our customers.
Hey, pal, no problem. We do them all over the country. You know, get the manager off the roof sale, inflatable gorilla sale, and our favorite, the 13-hour sale with a giant clock that goes to 13. Urgency, baby. We bring our crew because, well, your people are, let's just say, a little laid back.
And the pricing?
Nothing special, sport.
But Jim thought, we price competitively every day. Our prices are special. We definitely don't need these guys. But sale does convey some urgency, so we made a bold decision for his fine dealerships.
Announcing the Valley Buick GMC 365-day sale. And we can even extend it a couple years or so.
I got the air dancer guy, scratch-offs, plastic keys, bubble machine.
Valley Buick GMC in Apple Valley or Hastings or valleycardealers.com. Hurry.
The new Tom Barnard Show is proud to have partners like Bradshaw and Bryant, MyPillow, and North American Banking Company founder, chairman, and president, Mike Bilski.
I've advertised on Tom's show for years, and the reason is simple. My business is recognized because of the ads, and that recognition has created growth. What business doesn't want to grow? I highly recommend the Tom Barnard Morning Show for your advertising.
Grow results for your business by partnering with the Tom Barnard Show. Visit TomBarnardShow.com, keyword partner.
We'll also find out at 10:24 on November 16th, 2023, if Kristyn Bird is still pissed off at me for not liking Barry. Your reaction yesterday, that was hilarious.
I wasn't mad. It makes me laugh when all of a sudden you're like, I'm done. Middle of the series, 5 minutes in, whatever it is.
I do that all the time. So,
well, that's genetic, Andy.
So it's
well, I don't know. I mean, like I did it to Walking Dead, and a lot of people did it to Walking Dead.
Yeah.
Well, especially when a series goes on for a very long time.
It overstays its welcome by quite a bit.
Of course.
And again, it's just one thing I do understand is like that I'm right and you're wrong. That's not what it is. Is what you find funny and what I find funny might be different things. I don't judge.
It's a very
people.
personal thing. Comedy is.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. Yeah. No question. I mean, I suppose it has a lot to do with the people you grew up watching that you thought were fun. I love Don Rickles, and that's why I think I became such a smart ass.
Could be.
I mean, it's one of the reasons I love Don Rickles. But so I mean, when I say those things, I thought the show was not that good. Doesn't mean that you can't like it, but some people are like that. What do you watch that for? What's none of your business? How about that?
Yeah, that's not funny. How can you possibly say that?
Mm-hmm.
It's Brittany, not funny to you. That's what you have to say.
Dozing off.
No, I was laughing at that's not funny because it's like the things I think are funny. We've proven over and over on this show, Tom, that I find very odd things to be funny.
Well, me too, though.
Yeah.
I think most people do. So, Kristyn, what's going on in the world?
Well, we at least have an Oscar host. And guess what? It's Jimmy Kimmel again.
Oh, my God. Another guy not funny in the least.
He doesn't do much. So he has to get up there. He has to do his monologue and then like a couple of transitions and that's it. But for a show that's been dying to, garner a younger audience, Jimmy Kimmel's not it to me. And so I put out a little very unscientific poll on Instagram story just to see how people felt. I'm like, Jimmy Kimmel's your host again. Yay. Or again, and it was literally 50-50. I mean, like 49% were like, yay. 51% were like, again.
Yeah.
Question mark. I personally would have gone for Lil Pimp, but
Lil Pimp, sure.
It's just, I like a younger kind of crowd.
I understand. I liked him a lot better when he was working with Ben Stein because Ben Stein was actually funny.
Oh, I loved How to Win Ben Stein's Money.
It was a great
the first thing I think of when I hear his name.
Yeah, me too. No doubt. And look, once again, if you love him, good for you. I'm not judging who you like, and we have different experiences in life.
I think maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think that given what we've seen in some of these shows, they really wanted someone pretty safe.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, and Jimmy Kimmel is definitely safe. He will whatever, the network wants and needs, he will follow along. So they know that they don't have to get stressed out that something's going to happen in the middle of the ceremony.
Yeah.
He's a company guy.
He's used to doing jokes written by someone else.
There you go.
That's
His
very,
wife
very
writes a lot of his jokes.
Oh, is that right?
Oh, it's her
Yeah,
fault?
she's on his writing team.
It's her fault, he says.
Well, that's terrible because I've known a few writing teams and they spend half their time just talking about how horrible the host is. So they can't do that.
Not on the Jimmy Kimmel show.
Do we have, and maybe we do because I don't watch late night talk shows anymore. I haven't in years. Is there a good late night talk show host that's actually funny?
I enjoy Seth Meyers. I don't watch him. I mean, but I was like, I know that makes no sense. But if there's clips and things like that, I usually enjoy his interview style.
Don't we all?
And
we all look at clips, right? We haven't
Yeah,
seen
like
those.
that seems like the universal sentiment
Oh,
is like,
okay.
even if I really like somebody, I'm not staying up. I'm not watching
Right.
normal TV. I'm just not. I don't know how they're surviving. It must be on clips alone.
that's what the networks have said. They said it's, they're not generating the ratings and the advertising dollars that they used to, but they find that when their clips go viral, they are actually making a lot of money off of that. So it actually benefits them. And I think Saturday Night Live to me is probably the same exact way.
Yeah.
Nobody's really sitting down going, it's appointment television on Saturday night. Let me stay up at 11:30 to watch this. But if they have a sketch that hits, that's exactly what you're capitalizing on.
That makes sense.
That's why they come out swinging. They stack the whole show, so you kind of know the best stuff's going to come in the first 20 minutes, and the rest of it's just going to be filler.
And it's always been like that. I mean, I used to do extra work on Saturday Night Live back in the day, and they do Saturday Night Live Dead, which at 8 p.m., they do a 2-hour show, and then they start to cut sketches. And then they do the live show at 11:30. So you really start to see what the dead weight is and kind of like get an idea of like how they do formulate the show, because they know that people are usually only going to tune in up until the news update. And that's when they bow out right after that.
So proud of myself not having seen the Saturday Night Live now in about 40 years. Actually, I never thought that show was all that funny. It was kind of entertaining with the original cast. I didn't think it was that funny. It was entertaining.
It had moments.
Yeah, moments. Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, the Eddie Murphy years were hilarious. The I think that the other years, in terms of when you had Molly Shannon, like you had a really strong group of female comics. Amy Poehler was on at the time. And I just think like it had flashes, and then it would, and then they'd leave, and then you have to rebuild the cast again, and it's tough.
They finally lost me when that woman started singing Hallelujah in a sad way because she didn't like who just got elected president. It's like, are you kidding me?
Who was that?
Kristen Wiig, I think.
Kristen Wiig, was that who it was?
Oh, was it? Okay.
No, it
I'm
wasn't.
afraid I missed that moment.
She's playing this sad melody because the wrong guy got elected president. I'm like, oh my God.
It's the
Little
girl who plays
self-involved.
Weird Barbie.
I have no idea because I haven't watched that show in decades.
Kate McKinnon.
Kate
Well, Kate McKinnon.
That's who it was. It
to
was
me,
Kate
Kate McKinnon pretty much ruined Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, she did. I agree.
With her relentless mugging, her selfishness on stage.
Absolutely. It was all about her. That's why she played the piano.
Oh yeah, and of course in a very minor way, I did workshop comedy, sketch comedy, and I was awful. But
I was awful.
But she was the kind of person you always just dreaded. I don't want to be on stage with her.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah,
she's great as Weird Barbie, though.
Oh, and I think she was great on so many skits on Saturday Night Live. There's like this one where they do an alien probing, and there are 3 people that are interviewed, and the 2 are like, yeah, it wasn't that bad. And she's like, oh, this is what they did to me. And she was sitting there with like her gut out with a cigarette. And I think she was hilarious in a lot of skits.
I just never watched it, so I don't know.
I was a Cecily Strong fan myself.
Oh, who isn't though?
I thought she was the best ever.
She's so good, but she had a very like a niche of like she would be so outrageous and hilarious.
She did great voices, and she was just and she could sing. She did everything.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what's she doing now. Do you know, Kristyn?
No, I mean, where has it? You were just making me think when we were mentioning her.
Well, the Olympics are coming up, so she usually does a lot of coverage on that on her own live TikToks, which are hilarious. Highly recommend watching that.
Are you thinking of Leslie Jones? Leslie
I'm
Jones.
sorry. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
I was like, wait a minute. Leslie Jones.
Cecily Strong, Leslie Jones, same thing.
I'm sorry, Cecily Strong.
I always mistake one for the other.
I'm sorry. The names got confused, but yeah, you're talking about the one who does all. She's also very talented. Cecily does all the cell phone commercials.
Right.
Yeah.
She's making more money in doing one of those than she probably made in a year on Saturday Night Live.
And she probably doesn't have to work the rest of the year after those cell phone commercials.
Yeah.
She's like, I'm good.
That is probably true. Yeah, I just, like I said, I haven't watched that show in decades, so I don't know if it's about, most of those shows, to tell you the truth, do you think, Kristyn, have you ever met Lorne Michaels?
I haven't met Lauren. Again, he's New York. So
Yeah.
I was around him because I used to do extra work on Saturday Night Live when I was in college.
Oh, right.
But
Yeah.
I didn't ever interview him.
I get the strong feeling I would not like him. And I don't base it on anything, just some of the things that he's said.
Yeah, I've not heard a single former SNL person say anything kind.
Really?
About
Oh, yeah?
him.
Really?
Like everybody that leaves the show, and I'm sure there's people that like him, but everybody that leaves the show, they usually have something negative to say.
I'm still to this day shocked that Nick Swardson never got because he tried out for Saturday Night Live like 3 times, but he never got hired. I would have thought he'd be perfect for that show.
He would, and I was just watching Nick Swardson clips on Reno 911.
Oh God!
But he carved his own path.
Yeah, he
and
did.
he's been fine. I mean, he got looped up with the Adam Sandler crew, and honestly,
Yep.
I think Saturday Night Live would have held him back because it would have kept him there.
You may be right. Yeah, you may be right about that.
And people get, kind of caught up there sometimes for too long. Anthony Anderson comes to mind.
Keenan
Keenan's another one. Yeah. You just sit there and you start thinking why have people stayed so long? But it's a safety net. And some people he pushes out of the net, like he finally pushed Pete Davidson out of, the safety net. But it's like, if you don't, where do you go next? Because I think Hollywood loses that idea of where they can place you. Do we need you in a TV show? Do we need you in a movie? And that's the risk.
I have a question for you. Do you think, I'm kind of thinking about this a lot, because people are not allowed to be funny anymore? Everybody's offended by everything. Do you think that's part of it?
No, I mean, they're under a lot of pressure at Saturday Night Live. They're writing every single week. You have to be writing off of trending news. And I mean, unfortunately, a lot of the news cycle during the Trump years was just Donald Trump. You know what I mean? That's what they were feeding off of. And it just became too political a show that even people who hated Donald Trump and didn't mind people making fun of Donald Trump were like, okay, that's enough. We're good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't
I think Colbert fell into that same trap.
Absolutely.
I mean, I certainly don't find, Donald Trump humor is okay with me, but there's a breaking point.
Yeah.
No, I agree with
You heard it all.
Nothing is funny forever.
No.
Nothing new. There was only so many times we could see Alec Baldwin playing Donald Trump in that era.
Yeah.
And also the news cycle was so exhausting that I think it also exhausted SNL.
Stephen Colbert did say one funny thing. What did he used to be on? He used to be on the what's that?
Daily Show?
Colbert Report.
He started out of the Daily Show.
The
And then
Daily Show. That's what I was thinking of. So I don't know if it was the Emmys or the Oscars. It might have been some other. I don't know what the hell it was. But he walked on stage with a blower, those lawn
leaf blowers.
He walks on stage with a blower. And this was right after Al Gore released his bullshit that he made all billions of dollars off of. What was that called? An Inconvenient Truth.
Inconvenient Truth.
So he's walking out and he's swinging the leaf blower back and forth and back and forth. And the host goes, "What are you doing?" He goes, "I'm drying up Al Gore's tears." I thought that was very, very funny. And then because actually he's more liberal than Al Gore is.
Mm-hmm.
So I like that when they take shots at themselves. I got no problem. Matter of fact, I like that a lot. So I don't know.
Colbert's a good interviewer. That's what I feel like he's got a great strength. Yeah. And if you're not interested in his politics, but if he has a really good guest on, he just knows. It's not like, remember when Jay Leno would go on there and he would just be like reaching for questions. Like he'd be like, so what do you like to do on weekends? And you're just like, oh, come on, Jay Leno, think of something else. Colbert, usually, I think he's done his research for the guests.
His research. It's obvious. Yeah.
So do you think he watched a lot of Johnny Carson to learn how to do it?
Maybe.
Possibly.
Carson was the best of all time. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah. Carson was the best because he didn't have to promote everybody's movie. They just came there to smoke and drink. And it was
That's a vibe.
That's true. It is.
You could probably get a good nicotine lift just being next to him.
Oh God, yes.
Those are the days when you'd see the smoke curling up.
Yeah, you sit in a chair that he's sat in before, and you get absorb enough nicotine through your body to get a little nuts.
Who was it that Dean Martin was smoking a cigarette on the Tonight Show and he kept dopping his ashes in another guy's drink? Somebody told me it was George Goebel, but I can't remember if that was him or not. Yeah, because he was looking at Johnny, and Dean's over on the right side.
Sure, yeah.
He keeps saying doff, putting his ash in the guy's drink.
And he may not have been aware of it too.
Oh, you talking about the guy he was doing it to?
No, I'm talking about Dean Martin.
Well, maybe.
Generally speaking, he was not completely sober.
Is that true? Was he real? Because I had heard he was not a big drinker.
So, Tom, last time we talked about this, which was like a week ago, and you were talking about
my question.
You're talking about Dean Martin being a drinker?
Yeah. No, I was going to.
Oh, sorry. When I look up Dean Martin, Johnny Carson show, that's the first video that comes up is Dean Martin is very drunk on the Tonight Show.
That's what I was trying to say to you, Tom, is that literally last week when we talked about this, I was like, oh, I'm going to find this clip for Tom, but there were too many drunken Dean Martin clips to find it.
But he was putting it on, wasn't he?
I don't know. That one I don't know because I don't have that kind of proof, but when you search it, good luck. They're like drunken Dean Martin here, drunken. So you're right. Maybe it was a good act.
It was an act.
Nancy Sinatra says that it was an act.
Yeah, it was.
Whether
almost certain.
Could be cover. Who knows?
Yeah, nobody's going to be allowed on TV that drunk that often.
But Nancy Sinatra said her dad didn't wear a toupee, so I don't know that you can really.
Don't be going after Italian entertainers.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it that way.
Very upset now. That's all I have to say.
We went after Mussolini earlier, and I may feel the repercussions.
Yes.
Speaking of Italian entertainers,
I don't know how entertaining he was.
Well,
depends on who you are.
True. I suppose that is true. But so Kristyn, talk TV really is over, isn't it? I mean, the numbers are terrible.
Yeah, the numbers are terrible. But again, it's the social media push that keeps them on the air. And for someone like, let's say, NBC, The Tonight Show, we all know, is a legacy show. For them to rip it off the air, you have to have something to put in its place. What do they put in its place? They don't have anything. That's why when people always even say, why is Dancing with the Stars still on the air? Until they can find a replacement that will garner the same amount of ratings. And this season between Disney Plus and ABC, it's about 8 million viewers, which is pretty strong in this day and age. Until you can find a show that's going to be able to deliver for 10 weeks in a row, 8 million viewers for a 2-hour chunk of time, it's going to stay on the air. They're not going to take those risks. They're not going to pull off The Tonight Show either.
All those shows, though, they're basically the same. The one I always talked about was America's Got Talent. Mm-hmm. And I always thought the sequel should be No, It Doesn't.
No, it does not. Yeah. True.
But I don't know. I mean, who watches all that stuff?
Well, don't you think, though, that I, being the bracket that I'm in, watched a lot more talk shows because there were only 4 or 5 channels back then. Yep. There was not a lot of other things to watch.
Oh, and Johnny Carson was. I mean, I remember when I was like 10 years old, and when everyone in my house went to sleep, I was up there watching Johnny. That was like, that was just that was a thing. I mean, that was more than a talk show. It was
no question.
It was
David Letterman or Conan O'Brien when they first were in those time slots after the Tonight Show were also for college kids were huge.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah,
indeed. Why can't Conan get a job?
He's a very successful podcast network.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he does extremely well with that.
Is that the name of the network?
I believe it's just Conan.
It's Conan. Okay.
Yeah, Conan, but he's done very well with it.
Well, that is the future. There's no doubt about that.
Yep.
Well, this is a podcast, so what does that say right there? Comes in number 7 in the country for the Hubbards. Did you know that?
Whoa.
After only a few months, that's pretty good.
Nice. Congratulations.
Well, we all did it. It wasn't just one person.
I
So,
take full responsibility.
Well, yeah, that's the reason it rocketed to the top, Unbelievable.
Team Coco, by the way, Team Coco is Conan's podcast network.
Team Coco?
Team Coco.
Yeah.
The hell's
Conan.
that?
Coco.
Conan. Coco.
Coco.
Oh God.
That's it. He's not going to listen.
That's never gonna happen. No, I actually like Conan. I didn't think I would like Conan O'Brien, but I actually did.
Yeah, once you get into his groove, it's pretty good stuff.
That's exactly what
He's
you need.
delightful. And you know what? He's unproblematic. People who work with him for a very long time, have nothing but nice things to say about him. He is loyal and supposedly a really great boss.
That's nice to hear. See, because Johnny Carson was not a nice boss,
not a nice person,
not a nice person.
Not a nice person to date or marry either.
Yeah.
Well, it's only 7-8 times, wasn't it?
I think so. I mean, he was busy.
Didn't his son drive himself off a cliff, commit suicide?
Oh,
jeez.
And he drove off a cliff and killed himself.
That's sad. What was it was his wife Joanna, the one who wound up with like half of his fortune when they divorced?
Yes.
Well, she's supposed to. That's the way it works.
But he joked about it 4 years. He was bitter.
Yeah, you're right about that.
He did not like that communal property situation in California.
Isn't communal property pretty much everywhere now?
It depends.
I suppose, yeah, that's probably.
I think it depends on the state law, honestly.
It's like, I've known guys who said, well, I like to get divorced, but my wife would take half the money. And I'd have to say to these guys, your wife has half the money.
Exactly.
What are you talking about?
It's exactly right.
But that's why I think we see a lot of high profile celebrities not divorcing. It's too expensive to divorce.
What's expensive, of course, is the legal stuff.
And if there's no prenuptial agreement in place, it's too expensive.
How'd that work for Jeff Bezos getting that divorce? That was a little spendy. Was it like $47 billion she got?
Yeah, there was more where that came from.
There was more.
Yeah, I mean, well, that happens when you're Jeff Bezos and you start a company out of your garage in Seattle. So there was no prenup.
Didn't she just get married and divorced again?
Yep. She
But she
is
did get divorced.
Yep, she is single again. But she's still a billionaire.
Yeah, she's a billionaire. Very long neck.
Yeah, and if I'm Jeff, maybe you don't marry the next one just because these seem not to be working out for you.
If you're
She married a school teacher.
What?
She married a school teacher the second time around.
Yeah, because she already reached the mountaintop. She doesn't have to marry. Like, she doesn't have to.
Yeah, I wouldn't get married at all at that point. I would just be like my rich self and then just have a cute fling with someone and, enjoy my billions.
What about true love, though, over the money?
I have true love. I'm talking about if I were Mackenzie Scott and already on my second marriage. I'm on my one and only marriage.
Yeah, me too. Known her for 43 years, been married. Well, next July 7th, it'll be 40 years we've been married. Yeah, Andy, you think that's just because she puts up with me?
It's just too inconvenient, you think, at this point?
She's like, we've already got the kids, and now we got grandkids involved. It's just too messy.
At this point,
it's like when people get divorced but then don't change their names back. It's like whatever.
Yeah.
And then
my mom never did.
A lot of women don't.
Well, I've been married for 45 years, and I've lived with my wife for the first half of those years.
Yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, but that's the whole thing. Like, why? I'm not planning to get married. She wasn't planning to get married again. So why pay some attorney who will make both of us especially vicious at each other?
That's true.
They're just all they're going to do is stir the pot. And so, I just figured, we'll just split up the money the best way we can, and we'll go our separate ways, and then we'll say terrible things about each other to our children.
Yeah, that's always helpful.
No, that was
very helpful.
No, we did not do that.
Andy, would you look and see who has had the most divorces in the history of the United States? There's got to be one person that had to have been divorced 7-8 times.
Oh, more than
Well,
that.
Elizabeth Taylor.
I think Zsa Zsa Gabor herself had about 15.
Did she really?
She was known for that.
Getting married and divorced quickly?
Yeah.
Was she that big a pain in the ass?
I don't know. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. She was always getting into scuffles when she was alive with like the paparazzi.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah. She was the Alec Baldwin of the West Coast.
Oh,
He
okay.
handled Manhattan and Zsa Zsa had Beverly Hills. Like, now.
Well, I don't know about the most divorces, but I can tell you the most marriages. I will read some of these off. Okay,
Probably a
so
Mormon.
he was married. So he was married to a woman named Marcy, Stephanie, Victoria, Catherine, Rachel, Charlotte, Valerie, another Charlotte, Francis, another Carol, Priscilla, another Catherine, Lisa, the same Catherine again, Nina, and I am about halfway there.
The Pinta and
30
Santa
times.
Maria.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes, Nina Pinta. It's Glenn Wolf was his name, and he was a Baptist minister.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Of course, he's a
Very
religious
into
leader.
polygamy.
So
oh wait,
30.
no. Actually, these were all monogamous.
These were all legal marriages.
These were all legal marriages. Almost all of them ended in divorce.
Sounds exhausting.
The first one ended in the woman's death. The last one ended in his death.
Really?
But other than that, almost all of them were divorces.
I've known people who just like to be married.
Yeah.
And
clearly, this man does.
Yeah, it's well, you and I know a guy who I think his first marriage was when he was about 18 or 19, right out of high school.
Right.
She was not pregnant, and then he had 2 more disastrous marriages, and I think he may have married again now.
4.
So he may have, I'm not sure, but I know he's been living with the same woman for years, and nothing ever worked out. And I mean, when I say it didn't work out, I mean it was terrible. It was I was in on some of the battles. And,
you were.
And I always took. He was a good friend of mine, but I always took his wife's side.
Give me the initials.
Well, the first name starts with an M.
An M.
An M.
M.
And the last name starts with the letter that is very deep in the alphabet.
And,
oh yes, I know who you're talking about.
And he loved to be married.
He loved to be married, but it never worked.
And he would always say, I should, if only I had married Lisa or Mary or whatever. He said, that would have been perfect. But instead I married, this is the guy. I mean, he's a good friend of mine for many years.
Him. Yeah, I've always liked him.
Very talented guy.
Yes, he is.
But the problem is that if you gave him a straight line, he had to go with it, and at the most inappropriate times.
Oh yeah,
because he'd think of something funny. He couldn't help himself. For example, his first wife, they were divorced, many years divorced when this happened. But his first wife took her own life. She swallowed antifreeze.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. This was the one he married right out of high school. So and his response to that was, well, she's good to go to 30 below. Yeah.
Wow.
That was.
Kristyn's crying.
I'm not. This is the biggest gossip session I've heard from you two guys ever. I'm like, listen to them spilling the local tea.
Right.
I'm like, wow. I mean, once you got to the antifreeze, I was like, oh, we have just crossed into full gossip sesh.
Okay.
Well, that was kind of what defined him, and
yes, it was.
So that in his marriages there'd be an argument, and at some point he would just push himself over the cliff. He couldn't help himself. But part of it was just he had to be funny.
Very funny guy.
Very funny guy.
So when you went to the weddings, did you guys, as you were leaving, be like, "Oh, well, we'll see you at the next one"?
Yeah, there you go.
We'll see you.
See you in 2 years.
Yeah.
You start taking bets on how long it lasts.
Yep.
All right.
I've been at a wedding like that.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. I went to a wedding of a guy that worked with us. Remember that when he married a stripper?
Oh my God, that was a long time ago.
Yeah. But I was very privileged to be at that wedding.
How'd that work?
Well, I said once on the morning show, I said it in front of a microphone that if you wanted to see his wedding photos, you should go to the Holocaust Museum.
What? Is that a non sequitur, or am I just not getting it?
A little of both, I'd say.
A little of both. Little of both. M was such a very funny guy. I'm invited on the Mike Gelfand TV show, which was shot over at Channel 4. And there was this rickety old couch on the set. And I sat down, and one of the legs popped. It didn't break, but it just made this popping sound, right?
Mm-hmm.
So as I sit down, it goes pop, and M goes, Rafer, get the gun, which I thought was brilliant.
And the worst thing is we tried to bring it back to the Salvation Army, and they wouldn't take
They
it.
wouldn't take it.
Because that literally is where we got it.
All right, Kristyn is frozen up, so I'm. Oh,
Nope,
now
there
you're
she
back.
goes.
There you go.
Yeah.
Hey, you froze up
The
there.
internet's not doing so well, it seems. Or our internet's been having issues, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it might be our internet.
It is.
Oh, a black cat.
KT.
There you go.
Oh, I love black cats.
Kristyn, we will talk to you tomorrow.
Yes, for Friday. Looking forward to it.
Me too. We'll talk about some like shows and stuff tomorrow.
All right, we will do that.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Take care.
Bye.
Kristyn Burt, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back after this. Wrap things up.
This is the Tom Barnard Show.
Hello, I'm Brad Huckle, President and Chief Lending Officer at North American Banking Company.
And I'm Michael Bilski, CEO at North American Banking Company.
As a locally owned and operated community bank, we work with many multi-generational businesses.
Take Personal Care Dentistry of Roseville, for example. Dr. Walter Hunt, also known as Painless to me, has been a longtime customer of the bank since we opened the bank in 1998.
When his son Kyle was ready to join the practice, they wanted to expand quickly.
With their additional space and equipment, they now are able to see more patients each day while providing the same level of care and service.
Okay, guys, I'll take it from here. If you run a family business or any kind of business for that matter, you should be banking with Brad and Mike over at North American Banking Company. Every time I deal with them or their team, I know I'm working with experienced professional bankers. So why not bank with my banker? North American Banking Company, a better banking experience, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
In a world that's racing a mile a minute, a split-second distraction can change everything. I'm Mike Bryant from Bradshaw and Bryant. Every day we see too many people, heads buried in their phones, unaware of the dangers they're in. Texting and driving isn't just reckless, it's playing Russian roulette with your life and the lives of others. In just 4 seconds of distraction, you've driven the length of a football field. Is there any text message that's worth your life, that's worth the lives of others? I've been fighting for the rights of the injured for over 30 years, but I'd rather you never meet me in a courtroom. So hear me now. Stop texting and driving. Pay attention. Value your lives and the lives around you. And if you won't, know this. At Bradshaw and Bryant, we're relentless. We won't back down. We bring justice to those that need it.
Find Bradshaw and Bryant, personal injury attorneys at minnesotapersonalinjury.com.
With Mike Bryant on your side, seeking justice for the injured. Bradshaw and Bryant.
Tom Barnard is back. Every weekday, you'll hear Tommy B, Brittany Arneson. Yes, that Brittany Arneson. Along with Tom's pals, Kent Herbeck on Fridays, Bob Sansevier, Mike Stretch Gelfand, Tim Lammers, and from Channel 5 Eyewitness News, Chris Egert and Kristyn Burt on entertainment and pop culture. It's Tom and the crew with opinions on news, opinions on life, opinions on entertainment, and of course, opinions on other people's stupid opinions. The Tom Barnard Show is a podcast, so you can listen when you want to listen. In the car, on the way to or from work, at home, on the job site, or wherever you need your Tommy B Show fix. Hear the show on the Tom Barnard Show app in your app store, as a podcast on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you get your podcasts, or see it on YouTube on the Tom Barnard Show channel.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen. That was a very interesting conversation. I like that conversation.
Yeah, normally it cost me like $175.
I suppose a little
for 50
psych
minutes,
session.
For 50 minutes. Or is it 45 now?
You know what I have noticed about psychologists? They want to be paid in cash.
Really?
Yeah. That's something new.
Well, I guess who wouldn't?
Well, yeah, exactly. What? I didn't have any income. What are you talking about?
No. I didn't know the person. No. I don't know what that was all about.
I don't know if that was what it was all about, but they do like that cash on the barrelhead. I know that.
They had, I know of a couple of therapists who are good friends of mine, and the pandemic was not kind to them.
No, you're right about that.
They hated sitting, wearing their pajamas, sitting at home and doing, one Zoom call after another. It was just,
I suppose.
It was just enervating for them.
I suppose that's
you
true.
would have thought, I would have thought like, hey, it's cool. You get to stay home,
Mm-hmm.
No, that's not That's not what it was like at all.
Didn't care for that?
Did not like it.
I suppose. It was. I hope everybody else enjoyed that conversation you and I just had as much as I did, because just talking about those days, it was a whole different world back then. Because when the KQ morning show took off huge, and all people had these different opportunities and all these things developed, that was a hell of an era, man.
It took me years to figure out that I was a very lucky guy.
Oh, me too.
Because I didn't know anything about radio. I just walked in one day, and 25 years later, I walked out.
Yep.
But just the energy, the exhilaration, the adrenaline, the dopamine, fabulous for years.
One of the great things about working with Mike Gelfand is the one person, when I said, I'm bringing Gelfand on the show, everybody said, oh my God, don't do that. Dave Hamilton, man, he thought that was a great idea. Then it turned out it was a great idea.
No, you guys, I don't know where I was headed at the time, but I didn't have to worry after that.
No, but I will.
You guys gave me a career, and I would not have thought it would work either. By the way.
Well, we thought Dave and I thought it'd work.
Yeah. Well, you guys are great. I mean,
but
I'm willing to take a chance. That's for sure.
But there was a big reason that we did too, because everybody back then on the radio talked like this. Every time you turned in the radio, everybody. Right, we're going to get to the news in just a couple of seconds, but we got to take a quick break. Back in 2 and 2. It's like, oh God.
And I had done a piece for the Minneapolis Tribune about the surge in morning shows.
Yes.
This was, before quite a few years probably before that.
Yes.
But I still, because I never could get up that early. It was the only time I ever got up, like in decades, that early. So, naturally I did not have a great. I just didn't care for these morning shows, and part of the reason, of course, was I was up at 5:30, and I was like, pretty depressed about the whole thing. And then I'd walk into a studio, and the next thing I know, I'd hear a guy saying, "Hey, hello, Eden Prairie."
That's
and I thought, this is radio? What? I want nothing to do with this.
They were all like that back then.
They were all like that.
Brittany, we'll see you again and talk to you again tomorrow.
Love you guys. Bye.
You feel any better or not?
Yeah, I feel stuffier, but my headache's gone because I took some meds. But yeah, I'm just happy I'm not getting everybody sick, and I can still be in the mix. This is
you still make me sick, even if you're remote. She sticks out.
I'd be willing to risk a cold just to see you in person. Brittany.
Really?
Yeah.
From you, that means everything.
I mean it. Yeah.
No. He just means he wants to get a cold so he can sue you.
That's true.
I don't think you can. Well, maybe you could. Hey, I got to think about that.
Yeah, think about it and get back.
You can seek justice for the injured, which is you.
All right. Love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow.
See you. Brittany, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back in a couple of minutes. That family show starts, like I said, a couple of minutes from now.
Recently, Jim Paul of Valley Buick GMC was contacted by a company that does on-site sales. Jim was confused.
Wait, they don't know anything about us, our staff, our reputation, most importantly, our customers.
Hey, pal, no problem. We do them all over the country. Get the manager off the roof sale, inflatable gorilla sale, and our favorite, the 13-hour sale with a giant clock that goes to 13. Urgency, baby. We bring our crew because, well, your people are, let's just say, a little laid back.
And the pricing?
Nothing special, sport.
But Jim thought, we price competitively every day. Our prices are special. We definitely don't need these guys. But sale does convey some urgency, so we made a bold decision for his fine dealerships.
Announcing the Valley Buick GMC 365-day sale. And we can even extend it a couple of years or so.
I got the air dancer guy, scratch-offs, plastic keys, bubble machine.
Valley Buick GMC in Apple Valley or Hastings, or valleycardealers.com. Hurry.
You need to know a guy for your auto repairs, legal issues, banking, and more. The same goes for investment advice. You need a guy to help you be successful, someone you can trust who gets results. Well, I got a guy for you. Josh Arnold. Josh gives you straight talk, not sugar-coated advice about your financial situation. Josh has seen it all when it comes to economic and market conditions, and Josh can make sure that your retirement objectives match your investments. Do yourself a favor and call Josh now for a no-obligation 48-minute evaluation. You've got nothing to lose, and you'll get a different point of view for your investments. Call Josh at 952-925-5608. That is 952-925-5608. You'll be glad that you did. And tell him his guy, Tom, sent you.
Investment services offered by Josh Arnold Investment Consultant, LLC, a security investment advisor. Past performance is no guarantee of future results. All investments involve risk. All comments and opinions are Josh Arnold's and do not constitute investment advice. Tom Barnard is a paid endorser.
Hello, I'm Brad Huckle, President and Chief Lending Officer at North American Banking Company.
And I'm Michael Bilski, CEO at North American Banking Company.
As a locally owned and operated community bank, we work with many multi-generational businesses.
Take Personal Care Dentistry of Roseville, for example. Dr. Walter Hunt, also known as Painless to me, has been a longtime customer of the bank since we opened the bank in 1998.
When his son Kyle was ready to join the practice, they wanted to expand quickly.
With their additional space and equipment, they now are able to see more patients each day while providing the same level of care and service.
Okay, guys, I'll take it from here. If you run a family business or any kind of business for that matter, you should be banking with Brad and Mike over at North American Banking Company. Every time I deal with them or their team, I know I'm working with experienced professional bankers. So why not bank with my banker? North American Banking Company, a better banking experience, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
This is Bob Sansevier, and I want to tell you about Dave Bialke from Bialke Law. Dave represented my wife, Mary, when she had a significant workplace injury. She was very happy with the job Dave did. If you have a work-related injury and have Dave represent you, I'm betting you'll be happy too. Dave is a down-to-earth guy. He grew up in northern Minnesota, rides a Harley, and worked various jobs doing concrete, electrical, plumbing, roofing, and carpentry work. Dave works for people with work-related injuries. If you work construction, or anywhere for that matter, and you're hurt or even just hurting, you should talk to Dave. Let's face it, our bodies wear out. If your body is worn out from work, if your knees or back or shoulders hurt from things you do at work, do what Mary did. Call Dave and talk to him about it at Bialke Law to set up a free initial consultation. The number to call is 763-571-2410. That's 763-571-2410. Or visit bialkelaw.com. That's BIALKE law.com.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the family with
Tevin Pittman,
Mike Gelfand,
and Andy Barnard.
We got it fully covered. We got every corner of the globe. What do you think?
I think it's wonderful.
You think the world is wonderful, or what are you saying?
You know,
what do you mean by wonderful?
I doubt that.
I got my COVID shot. No,
exactly.
But I got my COVID shot on Monday, and I went through my 36-hour pain and discomfort.
What, does it give you pain, really?
Just for like 36 hours, I feel like I've got a very mild case of the flu.
Mm-hmm.
I don't sleep much. I ache. I got a little fever. But more than anything, it's just that, this sort of feverish thing you get in your head when your head seems all fuzzy.
Yeah.
And that's the part I hate the most. But it's obviously a very small price to pay. I think it is. I realize a lot of people think it's uncool to get COVID shots. This was my 6th.
I had 3 shots and 2 boosters and still got COVID twice.
Yeah. So you until now, you and I had the same 3 shots and 2 boosters.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
That's the whole thing. And people should know that. If you want to really, cover all the bases, you got to stay away. Excuse me. You got to stay away from crowds. That's a big thing.
Yeah, I'm sure that's true.
And I know you couldn't stay away from crowds.
Yeah, that's the thing. No amount of shots or masks is going to do anything for you if you're just constantly being coughed on by
and
the
spit on in
disease.
your case, right?
Yep.
Yeah, by one of the stupidest people I've ever met.
Well,
no, it's true.
Yeah. And there's nothing worse than stupid spit.
I wouldn't. What if it catches on with you?
That's right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What do you think of this whole she thing? She comes to town and everybody just kisses his ass at high noon.
Oh, she? What?
Mm-hmm.
China she. You guys don't know who she is?
China? It's not S-H-E.
Yeah, I thought you were trying to say
Xi Jinping.
Yeah.
Xi Jinping is his
Jinping.
You would think Xi and BB would get along.
Yeah, BB and Gigi. You're right. They don't.
It's a marriage made in heaven, but they hate each other.
I know, it's unbelievable. But yeah, he was in town, San Francisco, I think, right? They met in San Francisco, and basically we talked about how wonderful China is. Well, they're trying to destroy the world with TikTok, but other than that, everything's good. Yeah, and the fact that he murdered how many millions of people.
And the fact is that we don't like it, but we have to deal with them in some way.
Yeah, we do.
Because it's not like it used to be. We can't just bomb them. It would never work. And we had enough wars anyway.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up. Do you think we can resolve these two issues, whether it's the Ukraine or whether it's Palestine or whatever it is? Can we get this resolved? And because everybody thinks now the anger is going to get worse, they're going to tank the world economy. It's going to get really hideous. Do you think that?
Well, I happen to be a pessimist, but
not you.
That may go a little too far even for me.
I hope so. My God.
But yeah, it's ugly and it's wrong and it's morally offensive and it's logically offensive and it's been brewing forever.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody was able to step in and I hate to use the cliche, but get the temperature in the room down a little bit. But you have,
be nice.
Well, you have politicians and this I don't like to say on both sides because I don't believe it's always that there's always that kind of equilibrium.
Right.
But in this case, what you have is you basically have tyrants who thrive on hostility and violence.
They do. You're absolutely
right. So
right.
what's going to happen?
You know what they basically have, where I think, and it's happened before throughout history, but I don't think the gangster movies helped.
Yeah, glorifying that kind of behavior.
Glorifying that behavior. I don't think that was a good idea. Look, I don't think The Godfather glorified it, but it turned out glorifying it.
Yeah.
It was interpreted as glorifying.
Yeah. Yep.
By people who missed the point terribly. But you could say the same thing about The Sopranos, about Mad Men. Look at Westerns.
Yeah.
Every Western I've ever seen, it's like 20 men go into a saloon and one man comes out and everyone's like, that looks like a good way to live to me.
Yes.
That'd be fun.
It's very easy to make people miss, the bad things when you make someone look cool while doing the bad things.
Right. Well, that's what happened with like Bernie Madoff when he was making all that money running, the mob or Ponzi schemes and shit like that. Like you get, and who was the mobster in New York that was huge that everybody glorified?
Capone was one of them.
No, he's talking about John Gotti.
Gotti was another.
Yeah, where he's out here murdering people and everybody's like, oh my gosh, we love him. He's so nice.
I know.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, yeah. And, you got women, thousands of women writing love letters to these guys in prison.
Yep. It is pretty amazing.
None of them write to me.
Well, you're not in prison.
Well, I'm not willing to go that far. I'm desperate, but not that desperate.
Oh, yeah. All it takes is a quick stay at the federal penitentiary to find the love of your life.
And plus, I saw for a few minutes, I saw the new dating show with the 70-year-old guy. And the
the Golden Bachelor, is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. I know a lot of 70-year-old guys. I don't know one who is craving for a 70-year-old woman, and vice versa. I might add.
You're probably right about that.
Yeah. So because let's face it, you're 70, you're ornery. It's not. There really is no honeymoon. That's all I'm saying. Like, oh, I like to tonight, but my back hurts.
Yeah.
There's always something between the two of them. I'm saying.
Is that show any good? I've never watched.
I have no idea.
I assume it's just like every other Bachelor.
Yeah,
it's just a little twist on it.
Yeah.
I've seen some of the promos, and one of the promos, the guy, the 70-year-old guy, is weeping, and he's saying, she was a wonderful person, and now I've ruined her life. And I'm thinking, I've heard that before.
Right in your own house.
Well, I would have to say, and I don't know if this is true of every guy, but I know some guys who say the same thing. Now, look, I was never a roue. I didn't date a lot of women, but I would still say 3 or 4 women did tell me that I had ruined their life. And
That's a lot of power, actually.
It's something that women of a certain age like to say. You ruined my life. It's just a cliche. I mean, one woman said to me, we're having lunch, and a fight broke out, and she said, "You ruined my life." And I said, I didn't even ruin your afternoon. That's just, but that's what people it's just a thing that, guys say stupid things too. So,
but if you walk away, how does that ruin your life?
I don't know.
I've never understood that.
I just have no idea.
I mean, I dated women before I met Andy's mother and had a good time and all the rest of it.
You never had a bad breakup?
No, I just never got, I was one of those kind of guys. I never got too deeply involved. I guess I was on the precipice, but I just didn't want to get too deeply involved until I knew this was going to be the deal. And then when I met Catherine, I literally knew immediately that this was the deal.
Yeah.
So I guess I got lucky in that. Well, I was dating a woman in Florida that I really liked, but I knew it wasn't, because I was not going to stay living in Jacksonville.
Yeah.
So I knew it was just not going to work. So when it did break up by her choice, well, actually, I woke up one morning, I looked at the bottom of the stairs, and my suitcase was down there.
I see. A hint, you're saying?
I'm saying it was a hint.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I wonder how she's doing.
I had this period, where I was single, and there were a couple, I'd say 3 women who I dated, or never thought of it as dating, of course.
Yeah.
Just hung out with, and what I discovered was that eventually, usually like 6 months to a year, our relationship would break up, and then they would immediately get married.
Really?
Yeah. And these were women
typically,
they, of course, because they're women, and in those, that was in those days, they were women in their 30s. And so they were probably dating a lot. And the way I looked at it was most of them they'd all been in a relationship before. Right.
Right.
And what I realized was that I was the guy who foamed the runway.
Yeah, well, that's right. Mm-hmm. That's very, very true.
And I didn't mind that, by the way.
No, I understand.
But that was just the way it was. Apparently I was a safe option. And then one day they said, we need to talk. And then before I knew it, they were married again.
It's so weird. I talked about this the other day too, that at first when I met Catherine, I was 29 and she was 21. And that made me nervous as hell because she seemed like a little kid to me.
Well, I thought you were saying she wasn't young enough.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
I'm sorry.
No, we're actually about 7.5 years apart, not the full 8.
But women they're essentially much more mature than men.
Well, I think that's true. Yeah, I think that probably is true. But I did have some concerns about, is this getting too close to the Latter-day Saints here?
And then you married 2 more women.
Yes, and they were both 12 years old.
Yeah,
So,
it's a religious thing.
Yeah, do you think part of that is a luck deal?
Not just luck, I would say.
No.
I think the great relationships are based on, to some extent, luck, but more, it's just more, because it's right. You're right. Like the right person, not that there's only just one, but they come along and you're in a good place for it. You're ready to settle down. And because God knows most of us, we're not ready at any time. Not when we're younger.
That. Yeah, I understand that to be true. No question about it.
But I think then there's the karma thing, which I can't define.
No, that's very true. I don't know. Is it almost everybody I know now that's under, I would say 40 years old, almost all of them met their spouse online.
Yeah.
It's a whole different deal now.
Oh yeah, a lot of people meet online now.
Yeah.
And when people first started meeting online, they were always like, "Oh, we can tell them we met at church." There was kind of a negative stigma about it, but now that's all gone. Where it's like, everybody meets online.
And so, how many women have you met online?
I think I dated one girl that I met online, but otherwise, I bet like my girlfriend, I met her in person, out and about. So.
Yes, that happened.
I asked Max, my middle son, years ago now, but I asked him, so how did you meet your girlfriend? And he looked at me like I was crazy. It's like everybody meets the same way.
Yeah,
it's a dating app.
They do now.
Yeah.
Andy, what do you think of that? Most of your friends meet their girlfriends or spouses online?
Well, most of my friends would be one, because I have one friend, and I don't know how they met.
God, I'm shocked.
I think they
I'm
work
just
together.
getting back at
him. I don't think they met online, but online is definitely becoming, I would say, the primary way of meeting anyone.
Every wedding that I DJ, it feels like the story is either they went to high school together or their magic love story started when one person messaged another person or swiped right on Tinder or something like that. So it feels like everybody meets online.
So that would be a good use for the internet because most of it is dog shit.
Yeah, 99.9% dog shit, but there's a small sliver of hope out there.
Well, let's see, that's good news.
And I can tell you, the best way that I met women, tennis.
Oh, I bet that's true. No, pickleball too. Pickleball is huge.
I didn't even hear what you said.
Okay.
Because I don't want to make pickle joke. I don't want to seem derisive. But
why?
I just don't.
You're not a fan of derisive. Not a fan of pickleball?
I'm a fan of running like crazy for an hour and a half, chasing that yellow ball for an hour and a half. That's what's known as a workout.
Yeah, it's a workout. That's right.
I've seen pickleball. I had a friend, a good friend, who decided he was going to take up pickleball. He had a lot of shoulder issues from playing golf.
So, sure.
So he decided he'd play pickleball. I think he fractured his knee after about the second time he played. So it has all the downside of genuine exercise, and then as far as I'm concerned, none of the benefits. But that's just me. I just hate to see what I hate to see most is a tennis court that's made into a pickleball court,
which is all of them.
Pretty much, it's the sign of a declining culture.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah.
It might be. God, I just saw a breakdown, your Thanksgiving costs broken down. They have from 1990. Well, actually, it looks like they're probably from 1985 to this year. You know that last year was the highest cost ever for Thanksgiving, and it dropped a little this year.
Well, that would kind of make sense.
It would, wouldn't it?
Yeah, highest cost for everything.
But it's the first time it's dropped ever. It looked like.
What if we adjust for inflation, though?
Well, that's a good point.
I wonder.
And luckily, most of the Thanksgiving events I've been to, pretty much all, everybody brings a dish.
Yeah, it's becoming more of a thing rather than having one family or one person make everything.
Yeah, because how would you even do that?
I know.
If you got 15 people there, say, which is about like an average number of people.
So what was the cheapest one and when was it?
The cheapest one would have been about
85, I'm guessing.
No, 86 or 7. Because 85, it was up a little. Well, it started up right around $25 for the average person. And then it dropped for, it looks to be about the next 3 years. And the low point would have been 1988, it looks like. And then it shot straight up.
But what was the low point?
The low point was 20. Let me figure it out. It would have been about $22.
$22 today is $58.
So we are actually doing better than we were.
Well, there you go.
Because the average Thanksgiving meal now is $51.
Well, look at that.
It's 51 per person.
Yes.
It's still a lot of money.
That would add up.
That's a very nice, it's a meal at a pretty nice restaurant, not including drinks, of course.
Yeah.
Drinks alone would probably be $50.
And you got to have drinks at a Thanksgiving dinner because then that's when the fighting breaks out between the liberals and the conservatives.
Yes.
Why do we still do that?
I've never actually seen that happen.
No, I haven't either.
No, I haven't either. I always hear everyone talk about it, but
yeah,
I don't know. It seems to be like something everyone agrees happens, but no one actually has seen happen.
No,
like Bigfoot.
I would rather eat my Thanksgiving dinner in complete silence than argue with my family about politics or anything.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that.
Well, my best Thanksgiving ever, at the time at least, I was 22 years old. I was living in Chicago. And that's when I went down to my favorite delicatessen. And I told you this story. Got a turkey sandwich, a bowl of matzo ball soup.
Sure.
And a little slice of pie. I came back to my apartment, smoked a joint, and then I watched football while I ate the stuff. And it was so much better than any Thanksgiving dinner I'd ever had.
I bet.
It was, because most of the Thanksgiving dinners I had were so awful.
Yeah.
You mean the food or just the people?
It was just the looking across the table at the sad, depressed, and drug addicted people.
Yeah.
That does not make for a happy meal.
No, it does not. You're absolutely right about that. Yeah, the worst Thanksgiving I have ever heard of. Worked with a guy once in construction, and he was all happy. He said, Tom, because he had these rotting teeth, you know, kind of like on both sides.
Meth?
Maybe.
Could be.
But he said, Tommy, I'm going to have my teeth fixed about like a couple of days before Thanksgiving and get me in on Monday or Tuesday, I think it is. I'm going to have those teeth taken out and replaced. They've already got the new ones built and the whole deal. It's going to be great. Thanksgiving meal I can actually enjoy without worrying about my teeth. And it's going to be great.
Yeah.
I saw him about 3-4 days after Thanksgiving. Apparently, when you have new teeth put in, the phony teeth put in, there's an adjustment period.
Yep. I've heard that.
He didn't realize it. Ended up vomiting all over the Thanksgiving table.
That suggests that he had an infection.
Yeah, I bet you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet you're right that it was an infection, but apparently he spewed all over the old Thanksgiving buffet.
Lovely.
And everybody went home in shock and horror.
Yeah. Myrtle, we got to go. It's time to head out.
Oh, I guess, yeah. We'll see you next year.
Did you? I wouldn't imagine that you had a lot of guys boozing it up at Thanksgiving, did you?
No.
Devin?
No.
No. Andy, you didn't really either.
No, not really.
Yeah, see, in my youth, you would see families fighting in the streets, and it was like, oh my God.
I remember, though, I do remember one Thanksgiving dinner. I don't think there was much. There was certainly not a lot of. I mean, nobody in my family drank at all. We all prefer opiates, and
sure, certainly.
And you don't want to mix. You know, you start mixing. That's when you have trouble. Yeah, and but I remember it was at one of the in-laws' houses, and you know, the grandparents were there. It was a very nice meal, and then. It was nothing out of the ordinary, but I got into kind of a heated discussion with someone in my family. I don't even remember who.
Heated?
Well, you know, yeah, a little bit heated because that's.
Did you start with you, son of a bitch?
No. It was just it was an argument totally based on principles and our knowledge. It wasn't like in my family nothing was personal. You know, we never went into personal discussions.
That's really smart.
That's just the way it was. But all I remember is, so we were talking, and we were talking. I experienced this before, but we really weren't even arguing, but it was a heated discussion. And my wife's grandmother looked up from her meal and said, "Why can't these Jews ever get along?"
What?
That's what she said.
Why can't these Jews ever get along?
Ever get along with each other, yeah.
Well, she had a point.
But, you know, once again, it's a cultural thing, right?
It absolutely
Because
is.
one person's argument is another person's discussion.
I think that's very well. Again, why do Italians have to be so loud? That's another one.
Yeah,
they just are.
Every culture. I mean, I a few years ago, it wasn't that long ago, 3 or 4 years ago, I was doing a show, like a show for the suburban, you know, show, Channel 6 type thing. And it was a show about suicide. And so there was a guy I wanted to talk to. He was a shrink over at Fairview on the university campus.
Sure.
And so he said, well, you know, why don't we meet up and talk before a few days before the show? And I said, yeah. And he said, so you know where that it was I can't remember. It was a Caribou or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's across the street from the hospital. Yeah, you cross Riverside, and there's a big coffee shop there. And I said, "Oh yeah, okay, yeah." Well, and I said, and we set a time. And I said, "So you know, I'll be the little guy wearing the." He said, "No." He said, "I'll know who you are." So I walked in the place, and there were 40 Somalians, all talking at the same time, and me and the shrink. It's a cultural thing. That's all. It's not good. It's not bad, but every culture deals with it. And I think they had one guy who was the designated listener. And it kind of reminded me of, it was not that far from what I've experienced.
Yeah.
Everybody talking at once, though. The din was impressive.
I understand. I've been through that myself. I know exactly what you're talking about. And I love that stuff.
Yeah. It's just different. That's all.
It's all true. By the way, I just took a glance at the Wall Street Journal, and I'm hoping this is as good a news as it sounds, and you guys could maybe vote on this. Global fight against inflation turns the corner. Falling inflation across industrialized countries that open the door for central banks to start cutting interest rates next year.
That is good.
If that's true, that is great news. What do you guys think? You think it's true?
I think it's true until somebody messes it up.
Yeah, I think it's something that they're putting out there to give hope just in case they think that interest rates are going to go up. And then I'm sure between now and whenever they go up or down again, there'll be some new news that comes out to
and one party is going to say the other party orchestrated this because the election's coming up.
Yeah,
it's always about the election that's coming up. Well, guess what? An election is always coming up.
It is. Inflation is falling faster than expected across advanced economies, marking a turning point in central banks' 2-year battle against surging prices. Declines in consumer price growth to below 5% in the UK last month and around 3% in the US and Eurozone are fueling expectations that central banks could take their feet off the brakes and pivot to cutting interest rates next year. That would provide welcome relief to a global economy that is struggling outside the US. Well, it's not exactly not struggling here either.
No, but there goes the conspiracy theory because it's global. It's not local.
No, it's not local at all. Which is great. That's what I'm saying. That's why I think it's such great news.
Yeah, it is.
Because it seems like that's wonderful news.
And now what I'd like to see is I'd like to see those $16 an hour salaries go up to about $22 an hour.
They will, I think, don't you?
I'd like to think so. I'd like to think that people could work slavishly at a job that would allow them to support a family.
That would be nice. Now, Andy, we just did a comparison in prices of another thing. What would the rate have to be to match? I'm just trying to think in my head quickly, a really robust economy back maybe a decade or two ago.
Well, the ideal inflation rate is 2%.
It's 2%, and that's what it is in America right now.
No, they said it's dropping to 3%, I think.
Oh, 3%. Okay,
well,
you're
so
right.
it's still a little high.
And 3%, that's where you get like anything more than that is considered to be an economy that's too heated up.
Yeah.
So, that's not, I mean, I'm just talking about what economists say. What do I know? But that's what they say is like, you get below 3%, then you've got a crisis of another kind.
Yeah. Do you think this will calm everybody's anger?
No. Well, the thing is, even if inflation slows to ideal levels, we still had several years of it being way too high.
Yes.
Right.
So it would have to go down in order to undo the damage, and that's not going to happen.
No, it's not.
So it's like, okay, the fire's out, but the foundation is charred and ruined.
Yeah. And the interest rate going down doesn't help the person that already got locked in at a high interest rate. And
That
is still
too.
paying off
Anyone who
their
had to buy a house in the past few months.
Oh, terrible. Yeah.
Well, couldn't they just refinance?
Eventually, but
depending on their situation. But
if the bank, you can't just say like, hey, refinance my loan.
Right.
The bank has to be like, okay. And if they're getting 8% on your loan, they're gonna be like, hell no, I'm getting 8% on your loan. Go away.
It was 8%, or it is 8%, isn't it?
That's why the housing market's so bad right now.
Yeah.
And I've kind of dabbled in the housing market, and it's like, you start out saying, well, that looks like a pretty good thing. I get that house for say $400,000, and then all the 10% come in. Then it's $500,000. Then that little thing you need to do with the front of the house to make it a little more attractive.
Yeah.
It's $600,000. It's not easy.
That big recession was what, 1978 to 79, something like that. 78, I think
it was a big one then.
That was a big. I remember, matter of fact, having to buy my first house and financing it myself.
Oh yeah.
I couldn't get any rates anywhere near affordable. The rates were, I believe, right around 15%.
Oh wow, Jesus. That's incredible, isn't it?
But the economy was just in it. What did cause that?
I don't know.
I can't remember. I used to know, but
there was a lot of instability then, of course. But I don't know. See, one of the problems is now you look at the three sources, the three bodies that comprise our whole political system. Well, you've got guys on the Supreme Court taking bribes. You got people in the House who thrive on hatred. They're starting to threaten each other and their witnesses.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and you look at the Senate, which is mostly 75-year-old men. That's like those are the people who are talking sense, which, you know, I never would have thought.
But they're corrupt as hell.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't have expected it. But you know, that whether you like it or not, you know, those are the reasonable people, but much by comparison. So the people who thrive on talking about violence and hatred, they're not going away. They're here to stay.
Well, we got to do something about it because they're literally destroying other people's lives.
And we can't do anything about it unless we can. I mean, we know what the source is. It's a lot of it is about money, and then a lot of it is about gerrymandering. How do you walk those things back?
They do move that right along, don't they?
They do. I mean, that's like of all the people in the House, there's 30 seats that are competitive.
Yeah.
And everybody else, it's just you win the primary, which is usually a done deal.
Mm-hmm.
Not always, because now you've got these far right Republicans threatening the Republicans who are more moderate. So, but basically, when everything is just not even competitive, when these seats are safe, then these people just get deeper and deeper into the murk.
But every major market in America is highly Democratic. Every one of them. So why can't they change everything?
You mean, what by Democratic? What do you mean?
I mean, they're all Democrat. Highly liberal cities in America are all the big cities.
Well, big cities are, sure.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
And that's where all the votes are.
And well, more and more. But
and it's going to get worse.
But still not enough to I mean, the House is pretty much just split. And the House is very powerful. Right now it's a Republican House, but just barely.
The House, yeah.
But the point is, it's to change that is not going to be easy because it's not just the Republicans, of course, but it's because pretty much every seat is safe. So what you're doing
looks like it, yeah.
Everything boils down. It's just like with with presidential elections. It all boils down to a few competitive districts or states.
And it's just a few.
It's just a few, yeah.
But it's so funny because I talk to people who are both, pretty far left and pretty far right, and they sound exactly the same to me. They have the exact same argument. Oh, the other guy's the problem. That's always their argument. It's never, we need to get band together and get this taken care of. It's like, no, the other side, they're causing all the problems, which is, of course, complete bullshit. Well, they both cause huge problems.
They do, but a lot of it is that money and those other things we talked about are pushing people to the edges.
There's no question about that.
And, the people who say that, basically, they're just saying what the people in power say.
Well, I can predict when let's say I get up tomorrow morning at, 6 o'clock, and I will sit down and start watching some national news at around about 6:30, something like that. I can predict what Fox and CNN are going to say about anything. It's very predictable because they've each taken. And by the way, there is an agreement there that they got together. I am positive they got together and said, okay, you'll be the bad guy on the left and then you'll be the bad guy on the right. And we'll have these arguments. This is all orchestrated.
And what's this? CNN enters the ring with a chair and Fox is on the ground. Oh, wait, MSNBC is on the ropes.
Well, because, I mean, I don't see it as a cause. I see it more as a result, but it's a cause also. They, there's a lot of extreme stuff going on cable news, especially.
There's no doubt about it.
Now, cable news is not, I mean, there's a time when I would have said, well, the good news is people aren't getting their news so much from cable because then I would have said, they're reading newspapers.
Yeah.
But now they're getting their news from Instagram, TikTok.
Mm-hmm. They are.
And if you can't walk that back, you can't walk democracy back. Is
that an okay thing?
No.
I didn't think so. What are we going to do about that?
That's why I say that, the only thing that can save democracy is a lethal pandemic that wipes out half the population.
So it's great news.
Yeah, great news. Yeah. But look at it.
No, there'll be a cultural shift. There was a cultural shift away from mainstream media. It took a long time, but it's happening. And Gen Z's kids are going to shift away from social media because they're going to see it as dumb old person stuff and have their own thing going.
That's true.
Yeah,
they will.
But they won't be getting their news from actual journalists, the people who are.
They'll be getting their news from AIs, I'm sure.
Well, you're probably right. And that'll be great, huh?
Yesterday I read something in the Star Tribune, because I still do read it online. I've always liked reading the newspaper.
Yeah.
Well, I'm looking at the Wall Street Journal right now.
And how are you going to know about local stuff? You got to get it from somewhere.
Yeah, there's no question about that. And it just, the newspapers, unfortunately, not many people read it anymore. They've gotten a lot better. They've kind of moved to the middle, not totally, but they've moved in that direction, which I find interesting. I read their stories about why this is happening, why that's happening. They actually, as you just pointed out, I think they actually still deliver real news, unlike but I think local television does a good job with the news, don't you?
To the extent they can, yeah.
Well, that's a good point.
And when you got 10 minutes of news a night, you're not going to find out. You'll learn a lot about the weather, though.
Oh, you're going to learn about the weather.
Weather and traffic.
Weather and traffic, yeah. And that's why I always talk about the weather people. I feel like I have a personal connection to the weather people because I'm inundated with weather people when I watch the news.
Very true. It is very true. But I look, this news that just came out in the Wall Street Journal. I think it's phenomenal news if we really are. And do you think the Wall Street Journal would report it if it wasn't at least leaning likely to drop rates?
No, I'm prejudiced because in another lifetime I worked for the Wall Street Journal.
That's true.
And I know that the journalists there are industrious. They're educated. I wasn't educated. I was the exception. But but they work hard and they take it seriously. And I think there's very little difference between what you'll see in the New York Times, at least the effort that's behind what you see in the Times and what you see in the Wall Street Journal.
I think that's right.
Until you get to the editorial page, and then it's
then it's totally different.
No, you're in like a third and a fourth world there. But no, they do a great job, and but unfortunately, fewer and fewer people are getting any news at all from appropriate sources.
I'm the only person I know that actually even looks at newspaper sites.
Yeah, well, it doesn't shock me. I mean, it's what I do. The first thing I do in the morning, and it's the last thing I do at night.
Well, because you and I grew up that way, I guess. It was an actual newspaper you held in your hand, but.
Oh yeah, I mean, we grew up at a time when you got the news in the morning from the Tribune and the news in the afternoon from the Star.
From the Star, that's exactly right.
And that obviously is not the case anymore. But newspapers, I think they've pretty well, I think the ones that are good, the ones that are industrious, the ones that haven't fired 75% of their staff, which is most newspapers.
It's most of them now.
That's why the local newspaper is a rare thing now. I mean, you've got local newspapers, but they've got like 8 reporters. And I'm talking about big cities. Well, look at the St. Paul paper.
Yeah.
It's not a newspaper anymore.
No, it's not. You're right.
It's like a handbill.
Was there ever a time, and I'm not making a judgment on calling this myself, was there ever a time when the newspapers lied as much as television news does now?
Oh, definitely.
Well, you go back to the like the front page era.
Yeah.
Which you'll see on TV occasionally, the old bogey movies.
Right.
But that was like what they used to call yellow journalism. In competitive markets, you'd see that from some sources, like in Chicago, you'd see it from maybe from one newspaper, and then like the Chicago Tribune would be more conservative. They were down the middle. It's not that the other ones weren't conservative or liberal. It's just they were sensational.
Yeah, that's true. So the sensationalism is part of the whole deal.
Like in New York, you had the New York Times, which for the most part was doing great work, and then you'd have like the Daily News, later on the Post.
The Post, yeah.
And that was yellow journalism at its finest. Now, I enjoyed reading both.
No, well, that's good. See, that's a good thing. It's so funny though. I'm going to be very honest with you. Every writer for the New York newspapers, both of them, the big ones now, they have got an arrogance about them that I just do not understand. They're not very nice people. Is that because the business is struggling?
Well, there's 1,000 of them, so I don't know that you can say that they're all like that.
Well, 999.
But I mean, I got to know a number of New York Times reporters, sports reporters, but they were genuine reporters and columnists.
Yeah.
When I was covering baseball, and they were the nicest guys I ever met.
Well, see, that's great to hear.
I mean, I was talking one day. We were on the press bus going to the ballpark, and I was telling someone about the fact that I had been shoved into this tiny room across the street from a cemetery, many miles from the stadium. And New York Times columnist Dave Anderson, I think it was, very famous guy, said, "Hey, I got an extra. I can help you out."
Well, that's nice.
That was them. Now, I knew a few reporters from the New York Times over the years, and some were pretty arrogant.
Oh God!
Because after all, it was the New York Times, but most of them weren't. I mean, I had a long back and forth discussion a year ago or so with one of the New York Times reporters, and I pointed out some fallacies in a story he wrote.
Really?
Yeah, and he wrote back to me, and we went back and forth, and it was a great, very, very nice intellectual, I thought, discussion about what he was covering, and I talked about the things I knew about, and so, yeah, I mean, there are those guys. There's a story, if you ever, there was the Gay Talese book about the New York Times.
Yeah,
it was called The Power and the Glory, or something like that.
I think that is right.
Yeah, and he told a great story about a young reporter. I think it was Johnny Apple, as I recall.
Oh, Johnny Apple. I remember that. Yeah.
Johnny Apple was a young, arrogant reporter. This is the young guy who was arrogant, though.
Mm-hmm.
And he was kind of connected. And so one day he walks up to, I believe it was David Halberstam, legendary reporter, a guy who was revered by everyone.
Mm-hmm.
And Halberstam is everybody sits in the same room, It's not like some guys have the office corner or anything like that. It's a newsroom, and it's loud, and everybody's working and yelling. Anyway, Halberstam was very busy, and he was looking down at his typewriter in those days, obviously, and he was hard at work. And Johnny Apple comes up to him, and he says, "Hey, Dave, I was at a cocktail party last night, and I had a nice discussion with Punch." Punch was the nickname of the Sulzberger, who was the publisher.
Oh, okay.
And he said, and so he says to Halberstam, and he spoke very well of you. Halberstam never looked up, just kept staring at he kept writing his story, and he said, "Fuck off, kid."
That sounds like a reporter.
Yeah. That's a discussion you could have at any newsroom, really.
Yeah, no question.
But it was fun to read about it at the New York Times.
I just, no, you mentioned the Star Tribune and the St. Paul Pioneer Press and all that stuff. They had some good reporters at times.
Excellent reporters.
They really did.
Yeah.
Was that
They
common?
still do, but there's not that many.
Yeah, there's not many left. That's true.
Because what's happening is we're not universities, for the most part, are not pumping out great journalists. When I went to work at the age of 22 at the Wall Street Journal, I'd probably written, I could hardly guess, but I'd probably written close to 1,000 stories.
Really?
Oh yeah. Because working at the Daily, I worked 70 hours a week at the Daily, and all I did was, until they unfortunately made me an editor, but that's all I did was I got in there. I wrote stories all day. I reported all day. I was a very seasoned reporter. You could argue about a lot of my skills, but I was a very seasoned reporter at 22. That doesn't happen anymore.
No, it does not.
Now the Minnesota Daily it's not actually a newspaper. It's just online. And so you don't have the camaraderie. You don't have people learning from each other.
Don't have people taking shots at me in the cheap shit newspaper.
Oh, that you still have. Yeah. There are some traditions that never go away.
I am the tradition now, aren't I?
Yeah.
I'm the bad guy. It's hilarious.
But there was this camaraderie in those days, and people learned from each other as well as, I guess. I don't know. I never took journalism classes, but I learned a lot in classes, other classes, most of which I didn't actually go to. But I still learned a lot. I learned a lot reading from those classes. But the point is, when you've got that camaraderie and people are learning from each other, that also is something that helps your growth. That's gone.
So what are they going to do?
And, the School of Journalism, it was I guess you could say it was saved by the Hubbard family.
Yeah, that's true.
But it's not the School of Journalism anymore.
No,
it's the School of Mass Communication and something else. And there was a survey done at one time. There were like 700 students that were students within that building, and they asked how many of them. They asked people if they wanted to get a career at working in journalism, like in newspapers or any other form of journalism. Like I think there were like 5 people who said yes.
Really?
Yeah. They don't go there to learn journalism because there aren't any jobs.
So they just are not, and it's going to get worse and worse, I'm assuming.
It's a syndrome.
It kind of seems like that. Are newspapers around the country just going out of business?
Yeah. Yeah. And,
like
and a lot of them just made themselves out of business by, as I say, newspapers, like in cities, in mid-sized cities like Cincinnati or Denver, they're the ones who cut like 75% of their staff. So they're just shadow newspapers now.
They just couldn't afford them anymore?
Well,
the money's definitely dried up.
Oh, God, yes.
Well, it is, but you got to also remember that largely these were hedge funds that took over.
Yeah, well, there's your answer right there.
So all they wanted to do was suck off all the liquidity they could and leave it to die.
Well, that's what they're doing to a lot of radio stations now.
Yeah, same thing. It is the same thing. Yeah,
just driving them right into the ground because they have no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah,
not a clue, which is unfortunate, but
yeah, we got to turn those things around somehow.
Is that going to happen?
I think with newspapers are being replaced and will continue to be replaced by smaller enterprises that typically might be owned by the journalists themselves.
No,
and
there you go.
And I think that they won't have the need to have people making millions of dollars in salaries. So that right away that helps. They won't need to have huge circulation. They want to. But they will at least continue to promote good journalism.
I hope so.
Like in the suburbs, it's happening in the suburbs, like in Eden Prairie. The Sun newspapers for an awfully long time had an edition in Eden Prairie. Eden Prairie's gotten bigger, gotten more. I would say they're more like a mid-sized urban city almost now, and so they've got, it's just like St. Louis Park. They have, in St. Louis Park's a small town with big problems because they got big city problems.
Yeah, they do.
So what happened there was they walked away and a group of people, volunteers, started this thing. I think it's called the Eden Prairie Local News. So they just started their own newspaper. It's obviously not thoroughly professional at this point. They shy away, in my opinion, from some controversies that they shouldn't shy away from. But they're producing local news, and they're doing a pretty good job, and they'll get better.
So I have a question for you. Have there been, because I've been, basically working till 8, 9 o'clock every night, so I haven't seen the news at all. How are we doing with like St. Louis Park? St. Louis Park, people didn't know this. You and I knew this. But a very large Jewish population and a very large Somali population.
Right.
So I haven't seen any riots or anybody going berserk or any of the rest of that. How's that working out?
Well, if you want to know how St. Louis Park in general is working out, spend an hour or two just walking through classrooms and in the hallways of the high school.
That bad, huh?
It's bad.
Yeah. Why?
As I said, when that kid got stabbed at Harding,
it
was at Harding, right? Remember that?
I believe that's right.
I think it was at Harding, and people said, "Well, what was the cause of that?" And my response was everything.
Yeah,
it would be nice if it was just one thing.
You have to understand where I grew up too, and Mike, you know this, but where I grew up, when you got to the west end of my neighborhood, St. Louis Park was heaven.
Yeah.
It was. What happened?
It just got to be a bigger city with bigger problems, and I'm not. It's everything.
Yeah.
You talk about, it's like the economy is a big part of it. It's there are people who are angry, and one of the things that I learned years ago reading about skirmishes in high schools across the country. And I think it still holds true, is when you have when you have certain people who are on the way up, and then you have others who are on the way down, and they clash, and it is not pretty.
No, it's not.
So much resentment. That's what it is. It's resentment. It's grievance and resentment, and it's all over the place.
Which causes deep anger.
Yeah.
And the anger levels are the highest I have ever seen.
And you got because of the economy, now you've got a lot of kids who are basically raising each other.
Yeah, that's true.
And so sometimes they wind up in gangs, but it's just never good. If you don't have a parent to come home to, then I think that's a bad thing.
Yeah.
But you got in a lot of cases, sometimes it's both parents and they're both working, maybe 2 jobs, just trying to pay the mortgage. And so they're rarely home.
Why do you think it is, Mike, where I grew up and you actually lived in the neighborhood for a long time? I do not remember Catholic, Black, and Jewish people fighting over anything.
Yeah.
We just didn't. North Minneapolis, see, to me, people don't realize this, but I have these great memories of growing up in North Minneapolis, learning from all these different cultures. And when I bring up the word assimilation, people get pissed off at me.
Oh, God.
But that's what it was. We assimilated toward one another.
And the people who hate assimilation and say that it's forced on them and that, they're destroying their culture. Yeah, we'll just wait and see how your children feel about it.
Yeah, well, that's a great point.
Because the children typically it's like, I think they have a very healthy perspective. Just like the Jewish kids that I've known did, and it's changing. But they embraced their culture. They valued what their parents went through, but they also pretty much assimilated. And so
yes, which is a good thing.
Well, there's an anthropologist. A guy named Jack Weatherford. He was a professor for many years at Macalester. He was an anthropology professor, and I believe he is now residing in Tibet.
Okay, a little bit of a jump.
So no, not for him though, not for him.
I suppose.
And he one of the things he wrote, which always stayed with me, was that there cannot be any progress without the creative clash of cultures.
Yeah,
but the clash isn't always so creative anymore.
That's a very good point. The clash used to be a good thing.
Yeah.
But now it's not.
Not so much. It's I guess in some ways we have to wait it out, but in other ways it's just a different perspective now. People feel like that they're being forced to and they feel like they're oppressed and hey, being it was never easy to be a first generation anything.
No, I'm sure that's
in
true.
any country, but certainly in America, when a lot of people, it wasn't just the Jews, when a lot of people came to this country at the turn of the century, it never occurred to them that they would someday have leisure time.
That's a fact. Yes.
That they would even get away from the tenements they lived in New York. It never occurred to them. That was not on their agenda. Happiness was not a thing. That was for their kids.
Yeah, that's right.
And but I think, that's so I think all of us whose families came over here in the 1900s, and there are a lot of us, as I say, a lot of Italians, obviously, a lot
Irish,
of Irish,
yeah, you go down the
Italians, list. Jews, and we owe more than we'll ever know to those people
because they assimilated. I still to this day cannot believe I was called a racist for insisting upon assimilation.
Well, because most of the time when somebody says they want people to assimilate, it's used with racial undertones. Like people have twisted that word.
They have twisted
right.
The word.
Whereas opposed to, because it's obviously like, yeah, if you come here or if I move to a different country where, they had a whole different set of norms, like, yeah, you would kind of go with the flow of the place that you're living. Whereas here it was used, I feel like a lot of times with, Latin American people moving here and be like, well, learn English and assimilate and blah, blah, blah. And so was definitely used as a negative thing where generally speaking, it's like, yeah, you want to come here and bring the best parts of your culture here and we'll bring the best parts of ours and we'll make a new way forward together.
And now you have politicians and a lot of other people saying things like, go back to where you came from.
I just said that to you today.
Well, right, exactly. And I went home and I sobbed and came back.
I often do go back to where I came.
Yeah, exactly. See, when I was a kid, whether it was the Irish you mentioned, the Italians, the black families, the Jewish families, I thought it was nice that they asked me to learn about them.
Yeah.
That assimilation to me is learning about being black or being Jewish.
We can learn from each other.
Exactly.
Right.
There's nothing wrong. We have to do it.
That's progress.
So do you think these educators will ever get their head out of their ass and go, you know what? That point was a good point. We have to assimilate. We need to come together.
If you said that in a classroom today, somebody would want to fire you.
Oh, there's no question about that.
And they might well be successful. I mean, look at all the book burning that's going on in schools.
It's unbelievable.
And it's a very few people who are igniting the books.
Yep, it's true.
But they've found a way in, and there's politicians who have managed to be successful politicians, if not human beings.
Okay, do you know another honky like me that speaks as much Yiddish as I do?
I don't even know many Jews who do.
That's true too.
But they're trying to hang on to that part of the culture because that's obviously dissipating. And I have to say just that that has probably affected my entire mishpucha.
Yeah, damn right.
I said ironically.
Yeah, it was great. I said ironically.
That's a great word.
Same situation. If I didn't hear about Nipsey Russell and all these great, would I have ever discovered Richard Pryor long before everybody else did?
Yeah.
I mean, I assimilated in that I learned black humor. That is an assimilation.
Well, and you and my mother always, she went to North High School long before you did, but she always talked about how great it was at North High School. Had nothing but good memories. Phenomenal. Yep. And she had this little song she would sing, which was painful, but it was like the lyrics were, we go to North, there's black people and Jews, and we all get along. That's kind of what it was about. They were very proud of the fact that people got along because they were in this. But you have to remember also, they were basically in the same economic class too.
That's exactly right. And again, you throw in the Catholics with that, and we all worked on it together. And when your mother went to that school, it was the highest rated public school in the country.
Oh yeah,
damn.
And there were like 3,000 kids at the school.
About 3,000 kids. It was the highest rated in the country.
Yeah.
And this is a public school.
Now I think there's like 800 kids, and most of them don't go to class.
That's exactly right. Too.
Man.
All right. We got to close out with 5 minutes of happiness, which I think this is, by the way. Lean into one another.
Yeah.
Once again, the people who have the loudest voices live in areas where everybody's just like them.
Well, right, because that's all they have to do is be more extreme than any opponent who comes along.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So why are they the experts that get all the TV and news coverage when they have no idea what the hell they're talking about? I listen to some things that are said on TV and go, you have no idea what the hell you're talking about, but they think they do.
It it produces good sound bites.
Yeah, I guess so. But to this day, I will never understand why assimilation became such a bad word to these people, because you think they thought it was forced upon them.
It's like there's so many factors.
There's so many.
Because you're not talking about a disease, you're talking about a syndrome.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, when you're talking about a syndrome, it's just this huge spike of things happening all at once.
Yeah.
And you don't measure it in any kind of scientific way. You just measure it by the symptoms.
I would say this: Josh Arnold's going to be on this show tomorrow. He's on every Friday. God, why do I have to work with two Jews? I just don't understand it. I don't get it.
Well, I know one thing: I can't get along with him, so which is true. I like the guy.
Oh, Josh Arnold's a great guy.
Very passionate guy.
He is
very old school.
Yes, he is.
But if I was looking for a guy to manage my money or something, what little of it there is, I'd want a guy who's pretty conservative.
No, yeah, I think. Oh, you have to. Absolutely.
I don't want to
just give it all away.
Yeah.
But I want to talk to him tomorrow about this. What looks to be really good news, that the interest rates are going to begin to drop next year, which would be terrific.
That's great news.
It is really, really good news. To talk to you about the very things we talked about today, How many other shows can do that? They don't have anybody like you to talk to like that, because nobody got angry. Nobody went, oh my God, this is horrible. No, we're trying to come together here.
So let me, maybe I can end with a story here.
I like it.
Which I want to tell. I told the story to Bob the other day, and it definitely, it's still kind of, I can't get past it. It's just interesting. So I walked into Barnes and Noble by Lake Calhoun.
What's that?
Yeah, well, they sell these things that I don't know what they're called.
Bricks?
Something that people, there's bricks there, and then people like are always picking up these things. I don't know what they are.
So they open
and they start
something.
reading stuff.
Yeah.
And who reads anymore?
No.
So I go in there, and it's like Saturday afternoon, and there's a crowd in there. Now there's never a crowd in there.
No.
Never a crowd. There's a crowd in there, and I walk in, and I'm horrified. Basically, I just went in. I wanted to talk to a friend of mine who works there, and but there were all these people. Now, given my eyesight, which I can see pretty well straight ahead, but my peripheral vision is bad, and when I get into crowds, I bump into people, and it's not like if so. Luckily, I was not in a bar. If in a bar, you bump into someone, they say, "Hey, asshole, you got a problem with me?"
Yep.
But they don't say that in bookstores.
No, they don't.
They're just mildly sarcastic.
Yes, that's true.
So I'm weaving my way out of the place, and I'm very much fixed through my central vision, which is good. The rest isn't. And naturally, I brush some guy, and I hear him say something. And I look around, and he said something, but I of course immediately assumed the worst, right? That he said something very sarcastic. I have no reason to believe he really did, but I just sort of assumed that. And then I got a glance at the guy, and I thought, oh, this is Kenwood money that I'm dealing with.
No, I like it.
This guy, he's dressed impeccably. He looks fantastic. He looks like he's about a guy in his 50s, but I mean, he looks superb. And everything's in place. His hair is perfect. He's wearing a scarf that literally probably is worth as much as my entire wardrobe. And but I got out of there, and then after I got home, I thought to myself, that guy's really looked familiar. I thought I probably had run into that guy before,
Okay.
And so didn't think much more about it. It was Saturday night. I was watching a football game. The football game was boring, and I didn't have that much money on the game, so I wasn't.
Oh, so you had some, but not
that much. So I wasn't I didn't need to watch every play. So I'm flipping around the dial. I'm flipping around HBO. And there's the guy.
Really?
He's in a movie, and that's when I realized it was Mark Ruffalo.
Oh, I like Mark Ruffalo.
Well, who doesn't?
He's really good.
Yeah.
He's got a new movie out right now that's supposed to be really good.
Yeah.
Can't remember what it is.
Well, pretty much everything he does.
I agree.
Gets good reviews.
He's got a hell of an attitude in person.
Oh yeah.
He's got a
so
hell
it
of
might
an
have been
attitude.
sarcastic. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I'm telling you. That guy's got an attitude.
So I at the least I could have said something like, "Hey, I love your work" or something.
Yeah, right.
Which they hear all the time.
Look, I think we all hopefully we could figure this out. We are going to get through this. It looks like the interest rates are going down, which is really going to help a lot of people.
Right.
I think that people are getting really sick of this hate speech that goes on everywhere. And if those people on the extremes want to keep it up, keep it to yourself.
Yeah.
Go do it somewhere else.
Yeah.
And it's never going to be perfect, but learning about one another and wanting to know the difference between the four people on this show right now, because there are big differences, but there are also tremendous similarities.
And and Kevin needs to learn from this because he went to college in North Dakota, so he knows nothing about.
He's got no idea what he's talking about. It's one of those.
Yeah, very different. Fargo, North Dakota, from North Minneapolis.
A little different. Yeah, that's true.
I think Tom, you've been to Fargo any number of times.
I
right?
lived there.
That's right, you lived there. Yeah.
I did, yeah.
And I used to do a little business there, so I did some writing for a client there, and I was in Fargo any number of times, and yeah. It's a different world.
You know what's so great about that? I even thought about this much, but when I lived in Grand Forks, North Dakota, KNOX, I lived with a black family. Many years, not many, but a couple of years later, and I went to work at KVOX in Fargo. I lived with a Jew. So we're gathered at the table here.
You know, you just can't make peace with your own people, can you?
Well, there were no Catholics up there. There's a lot of Protestants, but no Catholics.
Oh, yeah, I suppose that's true.
There's a lot of Protestants up there.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
All right. I thought this was, I hope everybody understands we do have hope of getting past this anger and hatred. And what we have to address, Mike, and I'll close with this question.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think we have to do something about our education system because they're not educating anybody anymore?
It's failing.
Miserably.
But I tell you one thing, I am optimistic, and I'll tell you how I can prove it. The other day, I bought a 16-pack of toilet paper.
16-pack.
Showing great optimism for the future.
So plus the fact that you're spending some big money there.
Oh, well, yeah, it ain't cheap.
It's not cheap anymore.
No. Well, then I had to live on ramen for a weekend.
Andy, would you look up very quickly? The United States postage stamp is going up in price again, and I think it's to 61 cents.
It's still a bargain, Tom.
Let's see.
I think it's 61. It might be a little higher than that.
It's a great bargain. Those
It
people
is.
do great work.
Oh, I love the post office. They're wonderful.
Yeah, and those workers there. I mean, there's a guy who delivers my mail most of the time, and I see him I'll see him in the middle of a rainstorm. His whole body is soaked.
Yep.
But as the motto says, he's at work, and I see him with the snow encrusted in snow in the wintertime, and he's
great.
walking up hills, and he's risking his life really because he's walking on sideways and and sidewalks and driveways that are glare ice.
Yeah.
What they do is fantastic.
I agree.
And that's why I'm just telling you what I do. But when I get the emails and they say, now you can go all digital. Nope. I want the mail.
You know what's hilarious about that? I had a mail delivery guy till about a year ago, was a huge fan of the show, just a great guy. I've not been told this, but I get the feeling the new guy, not such a big fan of the show.
Yeah.
Isn't that hilarious?
I never had that problem with always all the mail carriers, anybody who worked for the post office I ever engaged with. They love the old morning show. The ones who've heard this show love it.
Yeah.
And a lot of them I've educated and tell them how to listen and
love it.
And they're fans. So those civil service workers, they're our people.
They are. There's no question. Andy, what'd you find out?
68 cents in January.
What's 68 cents?
That's a big rise. But
that's a big rise, 61 to 68. And the reason I want to close with this is, Tevin, when Mike and I were little kids, how much was a postage stamp?
The earliest number I know is 5 cents.
That's not it.
I don't think so, yeah.
I would assume like a quarter.
Okay.
I think 3 cents.
3 cents.
3 cents.
3 cents.
It's over 3 times more expensive now.
Well, hey,
yeah. Well, I mean, they made up for it in volume back then.
But
yeah, that's true.
You could get a White Castle hamburger then for 6 cents.
6 cents. Yeah.
So I think in proportion, it's about right.
No, there's a lot more calories in one of those than 2 stamps.
All right. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Thank you.
Reminds me of this one was before. Every time I get to sing, reminds me how you talking